Give us chance when we go talk about you. Hey, she had to find Papa they had to. You know go see your Papa no. But they had to find. They had to. If you search, you find. If you search, you don't go see. You don't go see. You don't go see. Before I talk, you didn't know my feeling.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for the father of the group.
Right now, we draw your attention to the stage, ladies and gentlemen. There's a special Woodley Lower dance. We have only joy on the stage right now, no pain at all.
Acknowledge him and celebrate him as the amazing, visionary, father, friend, cooler than all of us put together. We truly can't even compete with him. Anywhere. We love you, Dad. Thank you so much for everything. Thank you for being an amazing husband, an incredible father, supportive in every single thing, a pride and joy to the Awolowo family. We are all so blessed to have you and to know you. And so we cannot end today without singing you happy birthday. So if everyone will stand up, please, and join us in singing happy 60th birthday to our father, Olusegun Awolowo. I'll invite everyone who loves him, actually, his family, to come forward. Auntie Ayotola, Auntie Dolly, H.E., Dolapo, Shimando, Lady Careful, Auntie Kemi, come. Uncle Gina, Nola Jam.
Alright, so want to do the congregational happy birthday, the traditional happy birthday. Happy birthday to everybody. Happy birthday to you. One more time. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. May the good Lord bless you. May the good Lord bless you. May the good Lord bless you. May the good Lord bless you.
For he is a jolly good fellow, for he is a jolly good fellow, for he is a jolly good fellow. For he is a jolly good fellow, for he is a jolly good fellow, for he is a jolly good fellow. And so say let us give our brother 3 empty shares. The first one, mommy. must be heard throughout Ogun State. The second one, the whole of Nigeria, and the last one, all over the world.
Otumba Abimbola Ashiru for Toastmaster.
All right, so we're going to cut the cake.
All right. We're going to cut the cake in the name of the Father,
Yes.
and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. And now the people of God shout a big Amen. Thank you very much. At this point, we want to welcome
What we got is a better. What we got is a
She
So much. My big airport, my chairman of the KDC, Secretary. Look at these pictures. We're going to be putting glasses. Make sure you have something. Yes, please, I'm going to implore you after this. Thank you. Okay.
Just before the toast to the couple,
Like I said,
evolves and plays. 4 years ago, when my first daughter, I had 3 of my friends. Then they were just governor-elect. Babajide Sanwo-Olu, governor-elect of Lagos. Abdurrahman Abdurazak, governor-elect of Kwara. And Dakwa Abiodun, who is on his way, governor-elect of Ogun. So by God's grace, they are now second-term governors. Erelu Adebayo, of course, my darling Mama Morex, wife of the foremost Otumba we know in Nigeria. All other ones are counterfeit. As we say, Otumba. Erelu supervised the cutting of the cake with Erelu BC Fayemi. They are supposed to be on their way as well. And she's there again, and she has done it. So that is life for you. And I'm so happy and so proud that they are here. I must mention one gentleman, because James said I should mention his name. James Bori was also there 4 years ago. He was very ill, but he just had to show up. Exolo, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Yongo, he was also there. My good Abuja friend, brother, and I don't know even how to describe this man. Terry Wayo, Chairman T, was also there. So we want the governors with the chairman, Otumba, Ni Adebayo, HE and HM, to please come and take a photograph with my daughter, the second one. Yes, yes. And my new son. Thank you, Excellency. Eshegoni. So all right, thank you. Projects the buffer, Mr. Governor. One more picture. Oh yeah, Tayo. Let's have a picture. Three, two, one, smiles.
Iraq has been the best brother I've asked for, and I'm so glad to have him in my corner. Yumika has been a big sister, always making us happy, and I'm really excited about the union. It's a union that radiates love, and I cannot wait, to come back in 10 years' time, and we're having an anniversary. We're talking about today. We're talking about all the wins in life, and it toasts to love. So, before we toast, Yinka is going to speak, so please hold on.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ola Yinka Olawumi. I'm a very close friend of Dotun. Okay, best friend, yes. I've known Dotun for about 10 years or more, and he has been such a very, very, very wonderful friend to me. I mean, in times of, need, care, and everything. And when he introduced Yimika to me, I think the first time it was over the phone, right? Yeah. So for a while, I've been talking to Yimika. I've been hearing about Yimika too, but we never met until the first time I met her. It actually felt as if we've known each other for a decade. Right now, I'm just going to wish you guys all the best in your marriage. I wish you lovely kids. I'm sure every year we'll gather together to celebrate you and your kids. I'm just going to have a quick toast. Can we all raise our glasses and have a quick toast for this, our newly wedded couples, Yimika and Ifedotun. We wish you long life in your marriages, in your marriage rather. We wish you lots of kids, twins. Cheers, everyone.
Yes, we drink to the health and to the life of Oluwa Yimika.
Face is flawless. You can see that the all the bride's uncles and aunties to please join the dance floor. All our uncles and aunties, all the bride and groom.
I'm Olúwa
Enemy,
Another classic for him. September, but Talo to come. Uncle Bimbo, share in she birthday lady.
Don't worry about it, you are my shining star, my guiding light, my love fantasy. That's how I mean it, how I feel, man, that I love you. You're at the top of my list, cause I'm always thinking of you. I still remember the days when I was scared to touch you. How was the market dreaming, planning how to say I love you. You must have known that I have feelings enough to swim in. That's where you open up the door and you told me to come in for my love. Ooh, yeah. 1,000 kisses from you and not to I just don't understand. Oh my love. Ooh, love. A million kisses in your arms is the answer. I just don't understand too much, too much, too much, too much, too much, too much. Come on. The bad thing. That's what I'm proud to say. I'm proud of you. I'm so glad the reason I'm standing. I know my heart is safe with you. Ooh, my heart, baby, I surrender. Gotta let it tonight, yeah. Gonna make us a night to remember. Ooh, yeah, tonight. Gonna make us a night to remember. Come on. Girl, close your eyes and I really get into you. Don't try to hide it. There ain't nothing that you can do. Relax your mind, baby. You groove with life. You gotta feel that beat. Come on, and we can ride the movie. Share that king of love. I wanna ride with you all night. This with you, baby. I wanna ride with you all night. I wanna ride with you. Come on. All these lovers boys, para the body, the BTC the body, body the body. All these lovers boys, para the body, BTC the body, body the
Like you don't confirm the beauty. Like you don't confirm the beauty. Like you don't confirm the beauty. I'm not telling us to the kingdom come. To the kingdom come. I'm not telling us to the kingdom come. Yeah, to the kingdom come. I'm not telling us to the kingdom come. To the kingdom come. I'm not telling us to the kingdom come. To the kingdom come. Let me say, hello, no. Hello, no, no. Hello, no. Hello, no, no. Say, hello, no. Hello, no, no. Okay. Hello.
Carry my love away to a bridge.
My life, even if the road around my door, cause you be my key for life, my key for life. Say I'm feeling good tonight, cause I made you combination. I was not that combination, I was not that combination. All of my guys just one day.
Ta ló sọ pé kò mọ̀ kẹ́, kò fi kí yóò kọ́ pa.
Auntie, sit down. Play with Uncle here. Us. Should we play national anthem for you people?
As the Biscon Latino Show, BOS, the globally acknowledged leading brand in the cutting-edge, inimitable production of groundbreaking events dating back many decades, prepares to celebrate its Silver Jubilee anniversary. It's time to blow our own trumpet resoundingly, stating the qualities that have continued to endear the BOS brand to all our fans across and beyond Nigeria. In the last 25 years, the Biscon Latino Show, BOS, which is the longest-running general interest magazine program on television in Nigeria, has covered and broadcasted events of social, economic, corporate, political, and entertainment values every week unfailingly. With iconic events dating back many decades captured for posterity, BOS honors those living and immortalizes the dead everlastingly. The Biscon Latino Show, BOS, proudly boasts of being one of the broadcast outfits with the richest library of archives of past events. The Biscon Latino Show's awesome archive of iconic events parade the coverage of convocations of universities, coronations of traditional rulers, inaugurations of state governors in Nigeria, the inaugurations of Nigerian presidents, and President Barack Obama of the United States of America. 2010 World Cup in South Africa, covered by the ubiquitous Biscon Latino Show, BOS. BOS was also at the inauguration of the Alake of Egbaland 16 years ago, Oba of Benin 8 years ago, Oni of Ife, Ulu of Warri, and many more. As for the birthday, anniversary, and weddings of the high and mighty in the society, the BOS archives is replete with very exciting pan and beyond Nigerian super coverages. As for the festivals like Calabar Carnival, Ujude Oba Festival of the Ijebus, Lishabi Festival of the Egbas of Ogun State, and others, the Biscon Latino Show BOS simply is the toast of all. The corporate concerns, the banks, telecommunication companies, and other business concerns have made BOS their prime choice over the years. The newspapers, state governments would rather the almighty Biscon Tv show give the coverage of their awards our inimitable packaging as exemplified by what we have in the awesome BOS archives. The Biscon Tv show, BOS, is the preferred choice of state governments in the propagation and publicity of their programs to their different constituents in different states, because the Biscon Tv show is the #1 program they've all been watching religiously in the last 25 years. In fact, the Biscon Tv show, BOS, commissioned to provide a comprehensive nationwide campaign program for President Goodluck Jonathan, President Muhammadu Buhari, and President Bola Tinubu, which took the BOS team around the country campaigning for votes for the candidates at the time. The Biscon Tv show, BOS, was also involved in rigorous campaign for Governor Duoye Diri of Bayelsa State, Senator Hope Uzodinma of Imo State, and Governor Gboyega Oyetola of Osun State. Incidentally, these were all clients of BOS from the two different political parties, APC and PDP. Also, in the very rich archives of BOS, with events that span over 25 years, is the one where BOS paid an everlasting honor to immortalize Nigeria's First Lady of all times, Mrs. Stella Obasanjo, who died 19 years ago. The Biscon Tv show, BOS, the first and the best, still remains on the very top of our game.
President Bola Tinubu on August 23, 2024 swore in Justice Kudirat Motomori Kekere-Ekun as the Acting Chief Justice of Nigeria, CJN. She will currently operate in acting capacity until her due confirmation by the Senate. She succeeds Justice Olukayode Ariwola, who assumed office on June 27, 2022 and bowed out on Thursday, 22nd August 2024, upon attaining the mandatory retirement age of 70 years. Having practiced in every court as a lawyer, magistrate, High Court judge, Court of Appeal, and Supreme Court judge, Kekere-Ekun's ascension has been seen as a beacon of hope for young women aspiring to break the glass ceiling and make a meaningful impact on society. Justice Kekere-Ekun was born in London, the United Kingdom on 7th May 1958 to parents who were both indigents of Lagos State, Nigeria, being the eldest of 11 siblings from both parents. Her father, Alhaji Senator H.A.B. Fashinro, who was a legal practitioner and very active in politics. Her mother, Winifred Laiwola Ogundimu Nee Savage, studied nursing in the United Kingdom, where she qualified as a public health nurse before returning to Nigeria in December 1965. She obtained her LLB in 1980 from the University of Lagos and LLM from the London School of Economics and Political Science in November 1983. She was called to the Nigerian bar on 10th July 1981. From 1985 to 1989, she was in private practice and was later appointed a senior magistrate grade 2, Lagos State Judiciary in December 1989. Afterwards, she was appointed a judge of the High Court of Lagos State on July 19, 1996 and served as chairman, Robbery and Firearms Tribunal, Zone 2, Ikeja, Lagos from November 1996 to May 1999. On the 22nd of September 2004, Honorable Justice Kekere-Ekun was elevated to the Court of Appeal, where she served in various divisions of the court and as presiding justice of 2 divisions of the court, Makurdi and Akure. She was promoted to the Supreme Court of Nigeria as the 5th female justice of the court and was sworn in on Monday, 8th July 2013. Meanwhile, Kekere-Ekun belongs to several professional associations and groups, including the National Association of Women Judges, International Association of Women Judges, Body of Benchers, Live Bencher, WEF, 8th February 2018, Nigerian Institute of Advanced Legal Studies, Fellow, and International Dispute Resolution Institute, Fellow. She is also a member of the Ikoyi Club 1938. She has attended numerous courses and seminars within and outside Nigeria and also received several merit awards. Justice Kekere-Ekun is the second woman to hold the position of Chief Justice of Nigeria. The first woman was Justice Aloma Miriam Mukhtar. It could be said that Justice Mukhtar was seeing the future when she made Kudirat Motomori Kekere-Ekun as a justice of the Apex Court on Monday, July 8, 2013. Despite the best efforts of the Buhari administration to dismantle the succession by seniority arrangement at the Supreme Court in the selection of the head of the judiciary as an arm of government and the vigorous campaign its senior officials mounted against the controversial but stability-ensuring turn-by-turn, the convention has continued to endure. Having a godmother like Justice Aloma Mukhtar, it is possible that a new Chief Justice of Nigeria will fight against judicial corruption. Meanwhile, some senior advocates of Nigeria, SANs, listed several areas of reforms they believe would help reposition the judiciary. Wole Olanipekun, SAN, says there needs to be a rethinking, repositioning, restoration, rebranding, and rejigging of the judiciary. Olisa Gbakoba, SAN, has asked the new Chief Justice of Nigeria to presently work on the 1844 model of the English court, which has been a challenge to the Nigerian judiciary. Also, Joseph Daudu says the incoming Chief Justice of Nigeria should push for the creation of constitutional courts at 3 tiers: trial, appellate, and final, for the determination of political and other allied matters, among others.
As the Biscon Latino Show, BOS, the globally acknowledged leading brand in the cutting-edge, inimitable production of groundbreaking events dating back many decades, prepares to celebrate its Silver Jubilee anniversary, it's time to blow our own trumpet resoundingly, stating the qualities that have continued to endear the BOS brand to all our fans across and beyond Nigeria. In the last 25 years, the Biscon Latino Show, BOS, which is the longest-running general interest magazine program on television in Nigeria, has covered and broadcasted events of social, economic, corporate, political, and entertainment values every week unfailingly. With iconic events dating back many decades captured for posterity, BOS honors those living and immortalizes the dead everlastingly. The Biscon Latino Show, BOS, proudly boasts of being one of the broadcast outfits with the richest library of archives of past events. The Biscon Latino Show's awesome archive of iconic events parade the coverage of convocations of universities, coronations of traditional rulers, inaugurations of state governors in Nigeria, the inaugurations of Nigerian presidents, and President Barack Obama of the United States of America. 2010 World Cup in South Africa, covered by the ubiquitous Biscon Latino Show, BOS. BOS was also at the inauguration of the Alake of Egba land 16 years ago, Oba of Benin 8 years ago, Oni of Ife, Ulu of Warri, and many more. As for the birthday, anniversary, and weddings of the high and mighty in the society, the BOS archives is replete with very exciting pan and beyond Nigerian super coverages. As for the festivals like Calabar Carnival, Ujude Oba Festival of the Ijebus, Lishabi Festival of the Egbas of Ogun State, and others, the Biscon Latino Show BOS simply is the toast of all. The corporate concerns, the banks, telecommunication companies, and other business concerns have made BOS their prime choice over the years. The newspapers, state governments would rather the almighty Biscon Tv show give the coverage of their awards our inimitable packaging as exemplified by what we have in the awesome BOS archives. The Biscon Tv show, BOS, is the preferred choice of state governments in the propagation and publicity of their programs to their different constituents in different states, because the Biscon Tv show is the #1 program they've all been watching religiously in the last 25 years. In fact, the Biscon Tv show, BOS, commissioned to provide a comprehensive nationwide campaign program for President Goodluck Jonathan, President Muhammadu Buhari, and President Bola Tinubu, which took the BOS team around the country campaigning for votes for the candidates at the time. The Biscon Tv show, BOS, was also involved in rigorous campaign for Governor Duoye Diri of Bayelsa State, Senator Hope Uzodinma of Imo State, and Governor Gboyega Oyetola of Osun State. Incidentally, these were all clients of BOS from the two different political parties, APC and PDP. Also, in the very rich archives of BOS, with events that span over 25 years, is the one where BOS paid an everlasting honor to immortalize Nigeria's First Lady of all times, Mrs. Stella Obasanjo, who died 19 years ago. The Biscon Tv show, BOS, the first and the best, still remains on the very top of our game.
Thank you for joining us today on Biscon Television Foreign News. I'm Stella Opara. First, the headlines. Germany donates 100,000 Mpox vaccine doses to combat outbreak in Africa. Russian strikes on Ukraine power grid kill at least 4. At least 60 dead after dam bursts in Sudan's Red Sea state due to torrential rainfall. And Francis Macron says no political motive behind Telegram CEO's arrest. We'll bring you details of these and more after the break. Welcome back to Biscon Television Foreign News. Now the news in full. Israel has said it carried out a wave of preemptive strikes across southern Lebanon to thwart a large-scale rocket and drone attack by Hezbollah. The Israeli Defense Force said its jets destroyed thousands of Iran-backed armed groups' rocket launchers on Sunday morning, as Hezbollah and its armed allies said 3 fighters had been killed. Hezbollah said it had still managed to fire 320 rockets and drones at Israel in retaliation for the assassination of a senior commander. According to Israel's military, 1 Israeli Navy soldier was killed. In the meantime, the U.S. says it is working to avoid any further escalation after 10 months of hostilities that have raised fears of an all-out war, as there have been almost daily exchanges of fire across the Israel-Lebanon border since the day after the start of the war between Israel and Hamas in Gaza on 7 October. Now, Vietnam announced on Monday 3 new deputy prime ministers, the latest high-level political changes during a turbulent period for the ruling Communist Party. Political upheaval was highly unusual for decades in Vietnam, where all changes were carefully orchestrated with an emphasis on cautious stability. However, a prominent anti-graft purge has swept up several high-level figures since 2021, including 2 presidents and 3 deputy prime ministers. President To Lam was named as General Secretary, Vietnam's top leader, this month following the death of his predecessor, Nguyen Phu Trong. Trong, the most powerful man in decades, was the mastermind of the Blazing Furnace crackdown on corruption. Vietnam's 4-pillar leadership structure includes the General Secretary, President, Prime Minister, and Head of the National Assembly. The rubber stamp parliament met at its 8th extraordinary session in Hanoi on Monday and announced a new chief judge and chief prosecutor, 3 new deputy prime ministers, and 2 new ministers. Only one of the outgoing politicians was explicitly linked to the anti-corruption campaign. Former Deputy Prime Minister Lee Min-kai was sacked Monday for violating party regulations and law. Now, Germany announced on Monday that it would donate 100,000 mpox vaccine doses from its military stocks to African countries grappling with a severe outbreak of the virus. This contribution aims to help contain the mpox outbreak in the short term and support the affected countries in managing the crisis more effectively, according to a government spokesperson. Germany's donation is part of a broader strategy to assist the World Health Organization in combating the spread of mpox. The government also plans to provide the WHO with flexible financial resources through various instruments and support its partners in Africa via the Gavi Vaccination Alliance, further underscoring its commitment to global health, Newsman reported. We'll take a short break now. When we come back, we'll bring you the rest of the news. Stay tuned. Welcome back to Biscon Television Foreign News. Now to the rest of the news. Russian missile and drone strikes battered Ukraine's power grid on Monday, killing at least 4 people and forcing authorities to introduce emergency blackouts. Officials said 15 regions across the country were targeted in the aerial assault, which began during the night and was the biggest in weeks. The attacks come as Ukraine presses a major cross-border offensive into Russia's Kursk region, where Kiev has been battling for nearly 3 weeks and claimed on Sunday to be advancing. According to Ukrainian Prime Minister Denis Shmyhal, Russian terrorists have once again targeted energy infrastructure. Unfortunately, there is damage in a number of regions. State-owned electricity system operator Ukrenergo was forced to introduce emergency power cuts to stabilize the system following the barrage, while train schedules were disrupted. Explosions from what appeared to be air defenses could be heard in the capital Kyiv early on Monday, while residents rushed to take shelter in metro stations, according to news sources. The Russian Defense Ministry said it had struck energy infrastructure used to support Ukraine's defense industry. Since invading in February 2022, Russia has launched repeated large-scale drone and missile attacks on Ukraine, including punishing attacks on energy facilities. In another development, at least 60 people have died after the Arbat Dam in Sudan's Red Sea state burst, unleashing a torrent of water that has devastated the region. The dam, which holds 25 million cubic meters of water, collapsed under the pressure of heavy rainfall, compounding the already dire situation in the war-torn country. Search operations are ongoing, but officials fear the death toll could rise as rescue teams struggle to reach remote areas. The collapse has washed away farms, villages, and left vast stretches of land unrecognizable. Ali Issa, a local resident, described the tragedy, saying people were stuck in 7 cars. They tried to get them out but couldn't. The Albert Dam was a critical source of drinking water for the coastal city of Port Sudan, where the military government is based. Its destruction leaves the city and surrounding areas vulnerable to severe water shortages, adding another layer of hardship to a population already reeling from 16 months of civil war. In addition to the human toll, the floods have caused significant infrastructure damage. A major fiber optic cable was damaged by the heavy rainfall, leading to a communication blackout in many parts of the country for the second consecutive day, according to news sources. The Sudanese Air Force is working to rescue people who sought refuge in the mountains, but efforts have been hampered by the challenging conditions. Army Chief Abdul Fattah al-Burhan visited the flood-affected areas, and in a Facebook post, the military urged all federal and state agencies to utilize all possibilities to help citizens in these regions and provide support and assistance to them. And finally, Pavel Durov, the Russian-born founder of messaging app Telegram, was arrested in France as part of an ongoing judicial investigation, and there was no political motive, French President Emmanuel Macron said on Monday. Macron's statement on X amounted to the first official confirmation of Durov's arrest, nearly 2 days since he was detained at Le Bourget airport outside Paris, shortly after landing on the private jet from Azerbaijan. The lack of official confirmation had led to speculation about the reasons behind his detention. Macron said he had read false information regarding France following the arrest of Pavel Durov. According to Macron, the arrest of the Telegram president on French territory took place as part of an ongoing judicial investigation. This is in no way a political decision. It is up to the judges to decide, he added. A police spokesman told news sources that Durov is under investigation by the National Cybercrime and Fraud Offices for failing to cooperate over cyber and financial crimes on Telegram, a messaging app and social media. He is still in custody, the spokesman said. Durov, a 39-year-old billionaire cast as Russia's Mark Zuckerberg, has dual French and United Arab Emirates citizenship. Estimated by Forbes to have a fortune of $15.5 billion, Durov said in April some governments had sought to pressure him, but the app should remain a neutral platform and not a player in geopolitics. And that's it on Biscon Television Foreign News. Compiled and produced by David Asha. I'm Stella Opara. Thank you for watching.
As Nigeria and the global entertainment, media, showbiz, acting and music fraternity prepares to give Onyeka Onwenu a most befitting farewell, we should pay a more detailed attention to the significant roles she played in the socio-economic and political development of Nigeria, apart from being a musician. Onyeka Onwenu, singer, songwriter, actress, human rights and social activist, journalist, and politician, was deliberate, intentional, and very serious-minded in the way she succeeded in seamlessly multitasking in all the multifacetedly engaging assignments she was actively involved in addition to her main duty, music, which Onyeka Onwenu excelled tremendously. Onyeka Onwenu was the youngest daughter of a Nigerian educationist and politician, father who died a week to being announced as a federal minister when Onyeka Onwenu herself was only 4 years old. Onyeka Onwenu's mother had to raise all the 5 children alone. It is to the eternal tribute to Onyeka Onwenu's mother of blessed memory that Onyeka Onwenu is well educated today.
Mother was widowed at age 36. I was the last of 5 children. And my father, with the kind of life, he was a politician and a principal of a school. In those days, politics was not a full-time job. So he was principal of an Etonia High School in Port Harcourt. He was trained in Furabe University, Durham University. He was an educationist. In fact, by the time he died in 1956 in a motor car accident, it was 2 weeks away from him being sworn in as the Minister for Education for Nigeria. Yes, that was the father that I had. And I was the last child. My mother, at 36, decided that the best homage that she could pay that man was to make sure that his children were educated. The least we have is a master. In fact, I'm the least. I only have a master's. The other ones have doctorates and what have you. And so this was my background. Whatever you want to do in my family, you must go to school. Or my mother go tie wrapper. You and who for this one? You are going to. I didn't like school when I started. I used to go halfway and come back. I would demand, I need an umbrella. I need a. She will provide. In fact, my brother made a confession. He said he thought I was the least intellectually endowed. I didn't like school. I wanted to stay at home. But my mother, with her cane, she goes, so drive you, you go run 440, go back to school. That was what she did for us. Wow. And I thank her.
Onyeka Onwenu had a Bachelor of Arts in International Relations and Communication from Wellesley College, Massachusetts, and a master's degree in Media Studies from the New School for Social Research, New York, USA. She worked for the United Nations as a tour guide before she returned to Nigeria in 1980 to complete her mandatory one-year National Youth Corps program with the Nigerian Television Authority, NTA Lagos. Onyeka Onwenu read the news and was a reporter in 1984. She wrote and presented the internationally acclaimed BBC NTA documentary titled Nigeria, A Squandering of Riches, which became the definitive film about corruption in Nigeria, as well as the interactive Niger Delta agitation for resources control in the oil-rich region of south part of Nigeria.
The BBC crew came in to do this film. They decided, let us look at Nigeria through Onyeka Onwenu's eyes. The series is called the Third Eye series, and you pick somebody from a country and you go and see that country through their eyes. And so what they saw of Nigeria was what I was feeling at the time. The poverty, the lack of development. At that time, so much money was being poured into Abuja, but nobody was seeing the results and things like that. And they decided that I should write and present the film. We traveled all around the country, visiting the Niger Delta. By the way, the Niger Delta agitation had started at that time, but no one was prepared to talk about it. Everybody was afraid. I wasn't. And I talked about it. And we went down there and we spoke to people and began to really feel the agitation for what it was. And I said at that time, if the problem was not sorted out, I was picked up by the SSS at the time and I was questioned, and I remember the statements that I made out of naivety, but sometimes naivety is good. And that was where I said, look, the Niger Delta thing is real. It's either we deal with it or we'll pay the price. I said the agitation, the vehemence of it is real, it's palpable, I can feel it.
Onyeka Onwenu started out as a secular artist but changed to gospel music in the 90s, and most of her songs were written by her. Onyeka Onwenu wrote and sang about issues such as health, HIV/AIDS, peace and mutual coexistence, respect for women's rights, and the plight of children. She began her recording career in 1981 while still with the NTA, releasing the album For the Love of You, a pop album which featured an orchestral cover of Johnny Nash's Hold Me Tight, produced by the late Beckley Jones. Her second album was Endless Love, produced by Sonny Okosun, which included another cover by the Everly Brothers, Walk Right Back. Both records were released under the EMI label. Onyeka Onwenu's first album with Polygram, In the Morning Light, was released in 1984, recorded in London, which featured the track Master Plan, written by a close friend, Tina Ondiwe, who had previously contributed to Onyeka Onwenu's BBC documentary and later sang backup vocals on the album in 1986. Onyeka Onwenu released One Love, In the Morning Light, You and I, which was recorded for the 2001 film Conspiracy, starring Nkemowo and Onyeka herself. For the 1988 album Dancing in the Sun, Onyeka Onwenu adopted a more Afrocentric sound and collaborated with the legendary Juju music maestro King Sunny Ade on the track Ma Dawolon, Let Them Say. This was the first of two song choices, and Wait For Me, which centered on family planning and endorsed by the Family Planning Parenthood Federation of Nigeria, and Dancing in the Sun. Onyeka Onwenu's final release on Polygram Records was dedicated to Winnie Mandela, which Onyeka Onwenu performed live when Nelson Mandela, Winnie Mandela's husband, visited Nigeria in 1990 following Nelson Mandela's release from prison. Onyeka Onwenu's acting life included the play A Childless Woman Who Adopts an Abandoned Baby in the Zuluzik Okafor's Nightmare. She won the Africa Movie Academy Award for the Best Actress in a Supporting Role for her performance in the movie Widows. Onyeka Onwenu was also nominated in 2006 for African Movie Award for the Best Actress in a Leading Role in the movie Rising Moon. She also appeared in the movie Half of a Yellow Sun with Chiweta Ejiofor. Onyeka Onwenu did not quite succeed in the male-dominated political landscape of Nigeria. Onyeka Onwenu was a member of the People's Democratic Party, PDP. She contested twice to become the chairman of her local government council, Idiato North local government area of Imo State, and she failed at both attempts. However, she was appointed as the Director General of the Imo State Council of Arts and Culture by former Governor Ikedi Ohakim of Imo State, while on 16th September 2013, Onyeka Onwenu was appointed as the DG, Chief Executive Officer of the National Center for Women Development by President Goodluck Jonathan.
The first position I vied for was local government chairman. People were telling me, what are you doing? I said, this is the closest to the
How
people.
you get to people more.
This is the most important as far as I'm concerned. No, they don't want me there. My governor, they don't want me, because if I enter there, everybody must see what is possible to be done at that level. So the important thing, wherever God gives you, use it well, commit. Make sure that you affect society. It's not just for you as an individual to show off, but it's for God to show off with you.
Onyeka Onwenu was a very loud voice for the autonomy of the local governments, which has just seen the light of day under the President Bola Tinubu administration. As the Director General of the Center for Women Development, Abuja, Onyeka Onwenu used her far-reaching connections at places that matter to improve the operations of the center. Onyeka Onwenu put in place training and empowerment programs for girls to be able to learn hairdressing, make beads, to at least be able to stand on their own. Collaborating with international organizations like the WHO, UNICEF, United Nations Organization, and other agencies, Onyeka Onwenu, as DG of the National Women's Center, Abuja, also reached out to the IDPs in places like the Northeast at the height of the Boko Haram insurgency with programs that gave succor to them. With the Girl Child Education Summit, which Onyeka Onwenu instituted as the Director General of the National Center for Women, Abuja, Onyeka Onwenu made education for the girl child a top priority in the scheme of things under her leadership. For over 2 years of Onyeka Onwenu's stewardship as the Director General of the National Women's Center, Abuja, she brought about very significant changes which stood the test of time and successfully defined her people-oriented leadership style that gave every woman a voice to be seen and heard very loudly.
That took a lot because we're doing issues concerning women and the girl child, and that's a whole lot that anybody can have on their plate. So by God's grace, we did that well. When I now had a bit more time to myself, I thought, let me still continue with the issue of the girl child. I'm now a goodwill ambassador to the Echoes of Mercy and Hope Foundation home for children, that girls that are brought in from the streets. They rehabilitate, they educate. Some of them are in universities studying law, medicine. It's incredible. So when they invited me, I said, yes, this is what my life is about. I met the girls, started interacting with them, really felt their pain, and also saw the hope and where God is taking these girls. And I wanted them to know that their identity is not about what happened to them, that they were abused physically, sexually, whatever, that they were trafficked or they went into prostitution by force or their parents threw them out. That's not your identity. Your identity is really who you are, a child of the King.
First of all,
Onyeka Onwenu stood distinctly as voice against the refusal of radio and TV stations to pay royalties to artists whose works were used. This received widespread support by various artists, and this remains Onyeka Onwenu's most impactful contribution in support of the growth and success of her fellow musicians.
We fought, we went on strike, we protested, we wrote, we actually went, when we went on strike, we said no radio station should play our song until they decide to be paying us copyright dues. I was the one that came up with that idea. And some of us suffered because some musicians didn't want to do it, so they continued playing them. And the people like Ebenezer Obesoni Ade, myself, no music until the population said, well, you can't do this. So they had to come back and sit down and negotiate. And we passed before. Any copyright violations, it's just a civil matter, it's not a criminal offense. So you pay a small fine, and you go back to making copies of music that is not your own and selling. Now it's criminal offense. We did that. We fought through PMAN and through the collective societies. Now, these musicians and people like me, when I started charging a decent fee for my, because I know what I put into my performance, people said, she's too expensive. I said, okay, go. But they come back because they know what you are made of.
Exactly.
So they started paying decent fees to some of us. Now these musicians, some of them are charging too much. But I mean, if people are willing to pay that, well, please, go right ahead. But we started that trend. So what they're doing now is that they are enjoying, and that is as it should be. They are enjoying the sacrifices. They are standing on our shoulders. But that's what elders do. That's what the forerunners do. So no regrets. I rather have a feeling of accomplishment. I just wish that they would realize where we came from, because some of them don't. They look at you and they say, these ones. But then they come back and do our music.
Conceptualized by the ace multilingual broadcaster of immense talent and creative genius, Prince Bisi Olatilo, Chairman CEO of Biscon Communication Global Media Network 25 years ago, the Bisi Olatilo Show, BOS, has become the strongest, most admired and preferred global brand in the art of high society celebrity entertainment broadcasting. For the past quarter of a century, the ubiquitous The Bisi Olatilo Show, BOS, has become the face of Nigeria on global television, projecting the image of the country with our peculiar lifestyles, fashionable dress sense, and the different ways Nigerians celebrate from the north, east, west, and south. showcasing proudly Nigerian inimitable styles of celebration. From very humble beginnings to global recognition, the Bisi Olatilo Show, BOS, marks 25 years of captivating, non-stop entertainment. BOS celebrates remarkable entertaining brilliance, unforgettable moments, and lifelong memories. For 25 years, the ubiquitous Bisi Olatilo Show has charmed and captivated hearts of our global audiences beyond borders with enchanting and unmatched entertainment. The Bisi Olatilo Show, BOS, celebrates 25 years of incredible creative power as the most admired brand in the art of high society entertainment broadcasting. The Bisi Olatilo Show, BOS, is usually the first program to break the news about any big-ticket event across and beyond the shores of Nigeria. As the Bisi Olatilo Show, BOS, celebrates its 25th anniversary of setting the pace and pioneering a very compelling and engaging style of celebrity entertainment broadcasting, 25 years on and still counting, BOS has embarked on a new era of 24-hour TV broadcasting with Biscon Television. Biscon TV, which is on terrestrial and satellite broadcast platforms, churns out news, sports, politics, business, as well as lifestyle and entertainment programs 24 hours daily. Biscon TV, which has a very strong presence on YouTube, is the fastest growing platform on YouTube and other social media platforms. It's a magnificent transformation from BOS, a weekly program, to Biscon TV, a 24-hour TV station which churns out general interest news, sports, and lifestyle and entertainment programs. More years of brilliant broadcasting from the stable of Biscon Communication Global Media Network beckons.
Thank you for joining us again on Biscon Television News. I'm Stella Opara. Coming up in the news, President Tinubu to present whistleblowing policy to NAS soon, says Edo. Egbatokun appoints Rhoda Olofo as second female force secretary. In business news, federal government vows to meet September 2024 deadline for $5 billion African Energy Bank hosting. On the foreign scene, Republican presidential candidate Trump faces revised 2020 election interference charges. And in the weather sport, Akpobore rallies support for Super Eagles coach Labadia. Now the news in full. President Bola Tinubu will soon present the whistleblowing policy to the National Assembly for legislative action. The Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Economy, Wale Adu, disclosed this in Abuja during a meeting tagged Implementing the Whistleblowing Policy in Nigeria Issues, Challenges and the Way Forward. Adu explained that the federal government expects the support of Nigerians in making the policy work towards enhancing transparency and accountability. The minister stated that the whistleblowing policy is part of the government's strategy to ensure that the nation's public institutions operate with integrity. Now, the federal government has emphasized President Bola Tinubu's proactive stance on addressing food security in Nigeria and his administration's deep commitment to combating climate change. The Special Assistant to the President on Climate Change Matters, Yusuf Kailani, stated this while fielding questions from journalists at a high-level dialogue on the flood impact report in Abuja. According to him, the president has raised concerns about the impacts of climate change, and he is actively leading efforts in addressing them. He added that professionals and experts are being engaged to ensure the continuity and success of the initiatives stressing the importance of partnerships with relevant stakeholders to achieve the nation's climate goals. In another development, the Inspector General of Police, Kayode Egbetokun, has appointed a new female force secretary to promote inclusivity within the police force. The force public relations officer, Olumoyiwa Adejobi, disclosed this in a statement, saying the move is part of efforts to entrench gender representation in the Nigeria police force. He said the newly appointed force secretary is Assistant Inspector General Rhoda Adetutu Olofun, a seasoned police officer with an impressive track record. According to the statement, her new appointment comes as part of the IGP's vision of enhancing the MPF's efficiency and the recent gender policy changes aimed at increasing the representation of women in key positions within the Nigerian police force. Before her appointment, Rhoda served as the AIG Maritime Police Command at the Force Headquarters Annex in Lagos as the 20th Assistant Inspector General of Police to hold the position, and notably, the third female to head the Maritime Command. Away from that, the Kano State government has ordered the closure of all bank accounts operated by its ministries, departments and agencies in the state, directing that they be merged into a single treasury account. Governor Abba Yusuf issued this directive at a meeting held at the Government House in Kano. He explained that the decision was necessitated by the financial irregularities observed in various ministries and agencies, stating that the state government has taken the step to ensure that funds are managed properly and to eliminate any avenues for financial misconduct. Meanwhile, the governor warned that any ministry or agency that fails to comply with this directive within 1 week would face legal consequences. You're watching Biscon TV News. Business news comes up next. Welcome back. You're watching Biscon Television News. Now to business news. The federal government has reaffirmed its commitment to meeting the September deadline for hosting the $5 billion African Energy Bank. The Minister of State for Petroleum Resources, Senator Hyacinth Lukobiri, made the declaration during a meeting with Secretary General of the African Petroleum Producers Organization, Omar Ibrahim. Lukobiri assured that Nigeria would provide a suitable headquarters for the bank and fulfill its subscription obligations before the end of September. While appreciating Mr. Ibrahim for being a good ambassador of Nigeria, he insisted that Nigeria won the hosting right for the bank, fair and square. Earlier, Ibrahim noted that it was important that Nigeria meets obligations and commitments to the host bank to justify the effort in bringing the bank's headquarters to the country. Now, the Executive Director of the Nigerian Export Promotion Council, Nonye Ayeni, has put the nation's total exports for the first half of 2024 at $2.7 billion, showing an increase of 2.6% of the total value of exports compared to the first half of 2023. Ayeni, who gave the breakdown at a meeting in Abuja, explained that 211 products were exported during the period. She said that the top products exported during the period under review include cocoa, beans, urea, and sesame, listing the top 3 export destinations for Nigeria as Malaysia, Netherlands, and Brazil. We'll take another short break, and when we come back, we'll bring you politics news. Stay tuned. This is Biscon Politics. The Edo State government and the All Progressives Congress APC have accused each other of planning to rig the September 21 governorship election. While the APC accused Governor Godwin Obaseki's administration of trying to use Edo State security network to rig the governorship election, Obaseki, through his media aide, also accused the APC of planning to use federal influence to rig the September election. In a statement, the Director of Media, Edo APC Campaign Council, Prince Kashim Afebua, accused Governor Obaseki of planning to use intimidation and harassment to cow the electorate against their will. APC alleged that Governor Obaseki increased recruitment into the state security network for an alleged election rigging plan. Now, the order of the Benue State High Court sitting in Makurdi restraining the National Working Committee (NWC) of the All Progressives Congress (APC) from removing Austin Agada as the Benue State Chairman of the party has been extended. Newsman recalls that the court sitting in Makurdi granted an interim injunction restraining the APC from dissolving the Benue State Working Committee (SWC) of the party and adjourned the case for hearing of motion on notice for interlocutory injunction. When the case came up on Wednesday, counsel to the APC, Yaya Dangana Hassan, who led a team of 7 lawyers and the Attorney General and Commissioner for Justice and Public Order of the state, told the court that they were within time to file their responses to the various processes filed by Ayebo. He also served a notice of preliminary objection on Agada's lawyers in court and argued that no further step can be taken in the proceedings until the objection is taken. That's all on Biscon Politics. Welcome back to Biscon TV News. Now to foreign news. U.S. prosecutors have issued revised charges against Donald Trump for the former president's alleged attempts to interfere in the 2020 election after losing the contest. The revised indictment, brought by Department of Justice DOJ Special Counsel Jack Smith, leaves in place the 4 crimes Trump is accused of committing, which are conspiracy to defraud the U.S., conspiracy to obstruct an official proceeding, attempting to obstruct an official proceeding, and conspiracy against rights. But these now relate to Trump's status as a political candidate rather than a sitting president. Trump denies accusations that he pressured officials to reverse the results, knowing the spread lies about election fraud, and sought to exploit a riot at the U.S. Capitol to delay the certification of Joe Biden's victory. It appears unlikely the case and other criminal cases he faces will reach court before the next election on November 5. You're still watching Biscon Television News. The news continues shortly.
Welcome to Sports News. Former international Jonathan Akpobiri says newly appointed Super Eagles head coach Bruno Labbadia would need the support of the Nigerian Football Federation (NFF) and the fans to succeed. Labbadia's appointment was confirmed by the NFF on Tuesday. The 58-year-old will be working in Africa for the first time. Akpobiri insisted the former Bayern Munich striker must be encouraged to make instant success with the Super Eagles. Moving on, Manchester United on Wednesday confirmed that midfielder Hannibal Mejbri has left the club to join Championship side Burnley on a permanent transfer. The Red Devils disclosed this in a statement on their website ahead of their Premier League clash with Liverpool this weekend. Hannibal has completed a permanent transfer from Manchester United to Championship side Burnley. The Red Devils disclosed this in a statement on their website ahead of their Premier League clash with Liverpool this weekend. Mejbri spent 5 years at Man United after joining the club's youth system from Monaco in 2019. The 21-year-old Tunisia international has since gone on to make 13 first-team appearances for Eric Ten Hag's side. And that's it for Sports News. Hello and welcome to Biscon Television News. Here is the entertainment news. A touching video featuring rising Nigerian singer Rema and his mother has captured the hearts of social media users. The clip, which was recorded at an event in Rema's hometown of Edo State, shows an intimate and affectionate interaction between the artist and his mother. The video quickly went viral, resonating deeply with fans across various social media platforms. This glimpse into Rema's personal life and his close relationship with his mother has endeared him further to his audience, showcasing a more personal side of the popular musician, and the overwhelming positive response to the video highlights the public's appreciation for moments of genuine family connection among celebrities. Nollywood actress Mercy Johnson marked her 40th birthday in a unique and entertaining way, collaborating with her children on a lively rap performance. The actress shared a video on her Instagram page featuring her 4 children rapping lyrics in praise of their mother and father. In her post, Johnson expressed gratitude for reaching the milestone age and noted her children's love for music. She humorously mentioned that her husband, Prince Odi, declined to participate in the performance, citing his status as an honorable as the reason he couldn't rap. This celebration comes just a day after Johnson and her husband commemorated their 13th wedding anniversary, making it a sweet, significant personal milestone for the actress. Afrobeat superstar Wizkid made headlines with a generous act during his sold-out London concert. The singer surprised his DJ Tunes with a 10 millionaire payment to play Ashake's hit Fuji Vibe during the performance. The moment was captured in a viral video where DJ Tunes announced Wizkid's offer to the crowd, resulting in an eruption of cheers and applause. The DJ's subsequent performance of Fuji Vibe turned into a memorable highlight of the night, with the entire audience joining in a collective sing-along. This gesture not only showcased Wizkid's generosity, but also his support for fellow artists in the Nigerian music industry, further cementing his status as a leading figure in Afrobeats. And that's all for the entertainment news.
Welcome back to Biscon TV News. Now to the major points of the news again. On the national scene, President Tinubu to present whistleblowing policy to NAS soon, says Edo. Egbetokun appoints Rhoda Olofo as second female force secretary. In business news, federal government vows to meet September 2024 deadline for $5 billion African Energy Bank hosting. On the foreign scene, Republican presidential candidate Trump faces revised 2020 election interference charges. And in the world of sport, Akpobori rallied support for Super Eagles coach Labadia. And that's the news on Biscon Television, compiled and produced by Tomiloba Abalarin. Now the last line. As a face is reflected in water, so the heart reflects the real person. I'm Stella Opara. Thank you for watching.
As the Biscon Latino Show, BOS, the globally acknowledged leading brand in the cutting-edge, inimitable production of groundbreaking events dating back many decades, prepares to celebrate its Silver Jubilee anniversary. It's time to blow our own trumpet resoundingly, stating the qualities that have continued to endear the BOS brand to all our fans across and beyond Nigeria. In the last 25 years, the Biscon Latino Show, BOS, which is the longest-running general interest magazine program on television in Nigeria, has covered and broadcasted events of social, economic, corporate, political, and entertainment values every week unfailingly. With iconic events dating back many decades captured for posterity, BOS honors those living and immortalizes the dead everlastingly. The Biscon Latino Show, BOS, proudly boasts of being one of the broadcast outfits with the richest library of archives of past events. The Biscon Latino Show's awesome archive of iconic events parade the coverage of convocations of universities, coronations of traditional rulers, inaugurations of state governors in Nigeria, the inaugurations of Nigerian presidents, and President Barack Obama of the United States of America. 2010 World Cup in South Africa, covered by the ubiquitous Biscon Latino Show, BOS. BOS was also at the inauguration of the Alake of Egbaland 16 years ago, Oba of Benin 8 years ago, Oni of Ife, Ulu of Warri, and many more. As for the birthday, anniversary, and weddings of the high and mighty in the society, the BOS archives is replete with very exciting pan and beyond Nigerian super coverages. As for the festivals like Calabar Carnival, Ujude Oba Festival of the Ijebus, Lishabi Festival of the Egbas of Ogun State, and others, the Biscon Latino Show BOS simply is the toast of all. The corporate concerns, the banks, telecommunication companies, and other business concerns have made BOS their prime choice over the years. The newspapers, state governments would rather the almighty Biscon Latino Show give the coverage of their awards our inimitable packaging as exemplified by what we have in the awesome BOS archives. The Biscon Latino Show, BOS, is the preferred choice of state governments in the propagation and publicity of their programs to their different constituents in different states, because the Biscon Latino Show is the #1 program they've all been watching religiously in the last 25 years. In fact, the Biscon Latino Show, BOS, commissioned to provide a comprehensive nationwide campaign program for President Goodluck Jonathan, President Muhammadu Buhari, and President Bola Tinubu, which took the BOS team around the country campaigning for votes for the candidates at the time. The Biscon Latino Show, BOS, was also involved in rigorous campaign for Governor Duoye Diri of Bayelsa State, Senator Hope Uzodinma of Imo State, and Governor Gboyega Oyetola of Osun State. Incidentally, these were all clients of BOS from the two different political parties, APC and PDP. Also, in the very rich archives of BOS, with events that span over 25 years, is the one where BOS paid an everlasting honor to immortalize Nigeria's First Lady of all times, Mrs. Stella Obasanjo, who died 19 years ago. The Biscon Latino Show, BOS, the first and the best, still remains on the very top of our game.
This is still Biscon TV. We're broadcasting live from Lagos, southwest Nigeria. Well, we have a special guest in the studio, and it's somebody whose growth I had, studied very closely. And I'm happy to say that he's really done very well for himself. A chief of the old block. I'm sure you and I still remember the great man who would remain in our minds forever, the great Art Alade, one of the great products that is making him very proud now. And as I said a couple of times before, and I want to also repeat it, he's actually shot far ahead of his father's stride. And well, that's a prayer of every parent anyway. Ladies and gentlemen, when he came on the scene, you know, we didn't quite, you know, give him a chance to get this far, because we've always known him as a broadcaster. But he veered into music and made a huge success of it. And I dare say, Dari is everybody's favorite. Ladies and gentlemen, Dari Atalade.
Obviously. It's an honor and pleasure always to rub shoulders with you, to sit side by side with you and to learn from you. You also remain one of the very best that we have and that we've had, and I'm honored.
Thank you very much, Dari Atalade. And you know, those who are progenitors in this business will tell us, they say that the young has grown.
It used to be the young shall grow.
The young has grown right before our eyes.
We've grown now, yeah.
Now, let's track it from the beginning. I mean, even if you have to repeat it for the uptake
for the
time. Let's go back in it.
Well, the very beginning, I guess I come from a long line of musicians and creative people. My father, the late Atalade, obviously a jazz musician, great pianist, TV personality. I remember he used to work with NTV before it became NTA, the former NBC days. And coming from that line, his mother was a piano teacher, a great pianist at that. The first female piano teacher, I think, in West Africa, I think, something bogus like that, I think. And of course, my late uncle, Captain Wally Buckner, who was the director of music at the Nigerian Navy. I'm the late Richard Buckner, organist, choir conductor of the great Cathedral Church of Christ. So I come from a whole line of those people, some of them not even family. Passed through the great Professor Laz Ekweme, the great Duroni, the late Bode Osoyin. So cutting across music, theater, and other forms of music. The great Don Baba as well, I've been through and I've met several times. So coming from that sort of background to where I am today, passing through the university, passing through CMS Grammar School, learning music and studying music in Unilag, to writing my own songs, working on the radio, working on television, and eventually releasing albums. That brings me to today.
Very great progression, I must say.
Yeah.
But let's take a look at the broadcasting side of you. Does it have to do with your father's stint in it?
I don't know. I think it's a combination of my father and my mother. You know, my mother was
one of my teachers. By the way, I forgot to say that. His mother taught the likes of me, Sonny Rabo, Mani Onumonu, John, Mom of Channels TV, how to pronounce what they call, you know, the language laboratory in the pharmacy and universities. You just have to go there, no matter how good you think you are in
phonetics,
English, they must wash you.
I wish I had that, you know, and I guess I had that from my mom at home, you know, and we would sit down and watch, you know, the likes of you and some of the names that you've mentioned, Cyril Stober, you know, and the rest of them, who I saw, you know, a couple of years ago and still said the same, reiterated the same thing that you've just said. And apparently my mother and father met in a choir, I think NBC choir, back in the day, where it wasn't enough just to be a broadcaster. You also had to be a singer or something like that. So music comes from both sides and broadcasting comes from both sides. You know, and I think subconsciously, in a way, they've prepared me for you know, who I am today. Yeah, you know, without really thinking about it. So
right.
definitely.
I want to say that that's a very, very interesting story.
Yes.
You know, and I'm happy that you're enjoying the best of two worlds.
Yes, I am.
Broadcasting, and what broadcasting has done to your music is refine it.
It is.
It has brought professionalism to it.
It has.
Which a couple of, you know, the ones here around this don't have. I think that's
an added
asset
advantage
that you have, and
it
you
is.
use it put it into regular advantage. Now, what would you call the very first time on stage, and describe how it felt?
My first time on stage would be my early experiences at the Muson. from where I studied music as well as performing. I went through the Biscon School of Music, and I did some graded exams, which you can compare with the Royal School of Music in England. So my earliest experience on stage would be performing technical classical pieces, things from Handel, maybe a bit of Haydn or Mozart, and performing to, well, you'd call them matured minds because it's classical music, but performing to a wide variety of an audience, recitatives, recitals, choral performances, and then I delved into jazz. So I had a lot of experience performing at Jazzville. Of course, we know Muyo Amaja Kodumi. And so from there, those are my early experiences with music before I started writing my own pop songs, so to speak, or R&B songs that you have today.
Now, I noticed that there's been a lot. I mean, you have changed, you've deviated now, you have delved, veered into something completely different. Maybe because of the commercial value that you derive from it. Yes. Now you're Nigeria's king of R&B. Now, how did that metamorphosis?
That, I don't know where that phrase, I don't know where that title came from. But when I started in, when my first album, From Me to You, was released in 2006, but I actually started writing and producing my own music from about 2003, 2004, just before I went for Project Fame in South Africa. And to talk about the music, and I was doing a wide variety of genres. You know, I had a bit of hip hop, a bit of Fuji in my music, a bit of R&B and whatnot. But coming from that introduction to the market, I've had to solidify my genre and carve out my own niche, which I call soul R&B, you know, with a little Niger touch, you know, in there. So to make it very easy for anyone out there to say, you know,
to make it connect.
Exactly, you know, so everybody's got a market. You know, we've got a great Afro-pop market where the likes of Two-Face, you know, my brothers P Square and D'banj and the rest of them fall under. So we all have a different clientele, you know, so to speak. So that's my. I'm now predominantly soul R&B.
Now, I mean, it's so nice to talk about Dare, you know, describing him as an international act. What would be your first experience on the international stage?
On the international stage,
and what kind of a feeling was this?
I think on the international stage, it actually has started from here, because from the influx of, I mean, back in the day we had the Kool and the Gangs and Dizzy Gillespie and such greats coming into Nigeria, but for a long time there was a lull. You know, no activity, all the labels disappeared, the EMIs, the Sonys, you know, piracy attacked, you know, took over the entire place. It's still on. Nigeria was, if not, I don't know if we still are, we're the biggest consumer of reggae music in the entire world at a particular point in time, probably in the 80s or early 90s. But that has changed, and from the early 2000s, you know, a lot of artists they began to come back. Usher was around, Sean Paul, you know, name it, Anita Baker. A lot of people have come through over the years, and that's where my experience on the international stage started from. You know, I remember opening for Jay-Z and Beyonce and Snoop Dogg and Busta Rhymes, some of the biggest names in contemporary music, right here in Lagos, you know, at the Polo grounds, courtesy of the publisher, of course, Prince Nduka Ubagbena. A big shout out to him. And from there, I had the singular opportunity of being the only act to open for the great R. Kelly in Cape Town, in South Africa. So I think that's one of my big international breaks.
That's what I was going to. What kind of feeling was it? And how will you receive more Africans away from our own shores?
I took a bit of our culture as well, apart from the R&B that I do. A song like Style Na Style, which I did with Nice. And most recently I have a remix including Jesse Jaggs on that song. I took my talking drummers, you know, and even though they didn't understand what we were saying in the song, but the energy, the African vibe that we took, the dance that we took, the music, the groove was, you're right, it was moving everyone. And right after that, the crowd was so hyped up, they were ready for R. Kelly. So it was a great time.
Fantastic. Now, I noticed that these days we have a Y at the end of the E.
The E, yeah. It's Dare. For a couple of reasons. The main reason being that the brand has gone, very far international now, and I've always had a problem with people calling me, especially South Africans or people that are not of African heritage in Europe and the US, calling me Dare or calling me Dari, and it gets very, the easiest way at that point was to put a Y, which makes it a bit closer. It's not quite what it should be. It's Dari, but the Y kind of helps to get it closer to Dari, which is Dari. And it's also, on the other hand, the Y is very conscious to raise awareness on where we stand as a people. Why don't we have constant electricity? Why don't we have good education? Why don't we improve the lot of our citizens? Why don't we have better governance? Why don't we, there's so many questions that we all want to ask. Why? So when you see the Y at the end of it represents that in a way.
Symbolic, question.
Yes,
okay, that's no problem. If you look at the screen now, what is scrolling there is we're looking at the entertainment scene with emphasis on the music scene.
Yes.
How would you score Nigeria's entertainment scene?
I would. A simple analogy would be we're in 2011. In 2003, from what I remember very well, from working on the radio and also, being quite a club hopper, is that Nigerian music was probably played 10% of the time. We had a big foreign, catalog, playing at that time. So let's say 7 or 8 years down the line, you can play Nigerian music at any party, any gathering, for well up to 4 or 5 hours without repeating one song. So if we were to give it a scorecard percentage, I would say we're doing well above 70-75% at the moment, and it's only getting better. So we're definitely on the upward climb. The quality is improving, the songwriting, the production quality, and the marketability, has gone way beyond anybody's expectation. So the sky really is the limit.
But I have a problem, and I think I'd be echoing the minds of so many people. If I talked about the lyrics that we get to have, and most of them are not ear-friendly, they offend the sensibilities. But on the other hand, people say that's what tickles people's fancy.
It's a combination. That's a very important observation that you have made. And the people, which is you and I and everybody who's listening and watching right now, is that we're tired of listening to the same thing over and over again. Yes, some of this music helps us forget about the worries of day-to-day living, having to buy petrol for the generator or diesel, which everybody faces as long as you're a Nigerian, until we have constant electricity. But that said, we also have a big number of people who are emerging, who are thinkers, movers and shakers, who are well educated, not just at home and also abroad, in the diaspora, who want the music to be reflective of social comments, wants you to be reflective of taking you away to a nicer place, subconsciously, musically, paint a picture.
Help to build a society.
Exactly, music that can help you study, that can educate you, So, for example, I can speak for myself. I've never had curse words in my music. I don't use obscenities. I make sure that my music is friendly to not just the kids, but also to the adults. And I make music that can relax you, that's easy to sing along to, and music that paints different pictures and scenarios. Even if it's not personal experiences that I've had, I'm able to write songs that can represent, experiences that other people have had.
Now let's look at the evolution of your journey in music. How long has this taken you formally? And how many albums will we count in your favor?
Well, as we speak, I've just released my latest efforts, as we would say in Nigeria. It's called Double Dare, and it's actually my third and fourth albums, respectively. So I have 4 albums out. I started my recording career from about 2004 to now, so I could say technically 7 years. But I have been performing and making a living from music from as far back as 1996 or 1997. So it's a
all right.
thereabouts.
We'll just well, you're still watching Dari at Alade live in our studios, Anthony Village, Southwest Nigeria. And by the way, this event is being seen live all over the country and parts of
the world.
And it's very special. Feeling to have Dari right here with us. You're going to be able to talk to him on the phone, and whatever questions must have been agitating your minds about him or his music, you're free to tell us. But we're going to take a quick music break and have a little bit of a bite of the new one he's just released. Let's see what it's like. But you know, it's a typical vintage Dari. You're still watching Biscon World live from Lagos.
How you style your hair, worry about all the clothes you wear, worry about what the people care, worry about everything, worry about the kind of car you drive, worry about living that fancy life, worry about all the things to buy to make you beautiful. All these things don't matter. Ego make me love you more. Girl, you need to learn to love who you are. Baby, you're a star. As for me, yeah, I like the way you are. I like the way you are. This girl, I like the way you are. This girl, I like the way you are. Baby girl, I worry about your attitude and all these crazy things you do, thinking you're no good for you, but you are good for me. Too big, too short, too slim, too tall. Baby, you cannot have it all. I wish that you would come to your senses. All these things don't matter. Ego make me love you more. Girl, you need to. I like the way you are. This girl, I like the way you are. This girl, I like the way you are. I like the way you
we are here to celebrate or present an award for Best Use. And the nominees are...
Nominees Best Use in a Music Video are... More. Can you shake your body more? Benita will African Jew. Shake my body more.
For Dari.
Good evening, Lagos. Some noise, Nigeria. Yeah. They call to Terry, everybody from Prince, the music scene.
Two quick things happening there to Dari Alade. First, you heard his latest offering, which he calls The Way You Are. And just now he picked the award for the best use of costume at the Nigerian Music Video Awards 2009. Now, let's talk about the music that we just heard. What's the concept behind it?
Well, first of all, to bridge the gap between some sensible lyrics and some contemporary music, because it's hard to strike the balance. So musically, it's very heavy, very hip hop. It's easy for any young person to gravitate towards the music, but the music has a strong message, that says, "I like the way you are." Basically, from a man's perspective, talking to a woman, that you don't have to wear the flashiest clothes, you don't have to buy the most expensive things, you don't have to wear a weave, or a wig. You can actually just have your hair nice and dreadlocked or plaited, and a man should still be able to appreciate a woman, based on her natural beauty, which is really inside. So it's really talking about self-esteem, which we have many cases of. There's a big dearth of self-esteem amongst not just the ladies, but even the kids in schools, even the men and things like that. So it's a social conscious song that's very contemporary, very popular, and can pass easily as a club song. But if you listen closely, it has a strong message.
Well, we're talking about, we're looking at the importance of the lyrics in the composition of songs. And we should also look at another area that's very integral when you're talking about the total packaging of any song, especially on television, the video thing.
The music videos.
Music videos. The production and where you shoot them. And are you one of those who think it has to be done abroad?
Well, I'm one of those people that does them abroad, but I'm also one of those people that have been instrumental in helping us reach where we are, even locally. I remember my earlier videos, which some people would remember Escalade, or Young Man, or Fuji, and Original Niger. All those music videos were shot between here and Abuja, and for some of the biggest directors that we have now, which would include Clarence Peters, DJ T, and a few of them I've worked with, for many years. So we've, this is when the music video revolution pretty much started, which was in 2004, 2006, But now, because we're more international, we embrace a variety of locations around the world, not because, not for fun. It's really about making it more exotic. It's nice to see other parts of the world in the videos by yours truly, who you see around town and is your local, one of yours. and you see him either in Jamaica or New York or London or Cape Town or Johannesburg to shoot music videos. But we also always integrate our local elements in there, you know, from time to time where we can. For example, for this new album, Double Dare, a few of the videos will be shot somewhere in the middle
The
of...
videos are not out yet.
We're shooting, we're in the process of shooting many more at the moment. Don't be surprised to see the middle of Lagos, some Okesuno or you know, some other parts of inside Lagos.
Now let's talk about the various tracks that you have in it.
Yes.
Let's go.
Well, it's a double album. One side is titled Heart, and the other side is titled Beat. On the Heart side of the album, I have...
Oh, you decided to separate
two albums, Heartbeats, and if you put them together, you have Heartbeats. And that's what actually makes the Double Dare album take. So on one side is very, if I may say, a side that you and many people like you would enjoy because of its classic nature. It's rich in organic music, live drums, live bass, live piano, very mellow.
Afrocentric nature.
It has, yes. Also because it includes a cover version, an official cover, because I had to go, you know, all the way to Onitsha to get permission from the Mbaga family. I did a cover of Prince Nico Mbaga's African anthem that sold at least 6 million copies in its heyday, which makes it the biggest selling single of all time from out of Africa. Proudly Nigerian. The song Sweet Mother is on the Heart side of the album. I also have one of mine, which I wrote and produced with Kobam Zasukwo. It's called Sisieko, you know, which has very playful and lyrics that are reminiscent of the good old days of Sir Bobby Benson and Victor Olaya and Fela Kuti before he started Afrobeat, while he was still playing high life. You know, so it's got that very high life jazz feel, and the entire side has that theme in it. So it's a lot of the songs are mellow, very easygoing, and very reflective of good old music. Then on the other side, which is more energetic for the younger ones like myself, I have songs which, like Provider, which features P-Square, you know, award-winning twins, and I think it's safe to say everybody knows who P-Square is. I have a song with Timaya on the album. It's called Back to Sender. I also have a song with Mo Cheddar on the album, and that one's called Turn Me On. And one of the special surprises that I have on the album is a Grammy Award-winning rapper who is of Nigerian heritage, yes. His name is Akim Seriki, but he's popularly known as Chameleonaire. He's on the remix to this song, this video that you've just watched, The Way You Are. So that's some of the exciting songs that are on both albums.
All right, I mean, we talked about the need for us to have very good lyrics. We don't seem to have so many of them these days, so many songs like that. But another thing to look at when you're talking about an album, I mean, well, a video of any song, is the kind of things that go into it. And we see things that are not too friendly, you know, not too friendly to the sensibilities of people these days. Like these people flaunting money, obscene
alcohol,
pictures, and the rest of it. What do you think about that? What do you think we can do to get some sanity?
Well, I think we just need to speak out. You know, use such forums as this and speak our mind. You know, we must remember that the kids are watching. A lot of our stations don't have ability to rate the content, so we must have some kind of check, especially because of the kids. We don't want the children adopting and adapting to things that they watch on TV, which they do, you know, courtesy of new television, MTV, the youth culture, and whatnot. So we've got to, first of all, I think from even our own side as creators, be very mindful of the kind of music that we're making and the image that we're projecting. A lot of us shoot music videos with a lot of ladies, demeaning the ladies in a way, disrespecting the ladies, showing a lot of alcohol or too much emphasis on alcohol and other things that are, you know, vices, you know, to living healthy and staying healthy. And projecting a good image. So if we start from there, and if the media does from the other side, representing the people's voice, to come out and say, you know, we must put a stop to this. The kids are learning languages and lingos and slangs that they shouldn't, you know, be adapting at such a young. It's not adding.
What I make of what Dari is saying is actually talking to we who operate media houses, radio, television. Let's try and get our gatekeeping attitudes in place. We seem to be slipping, and we don't seem to be working in tandem with what should be. I mean, best practices. The world is a global village, and the way people see you is the way they perceive you. And we should just try and clear the waves of all the dirt stuff out there. And I'm sure that people like him are helping to put us on the right track in terms of the kind of things that we see, the kind of visuals that you put out on your video, and the kinds of lyrics that come along with your songs. Now, I've been talking with Dari all along, and I don't think I want to monopolize this. Dari is everybody's person. He's very much loved around the world. So if you're watching us from any part of Nigeria and you'd like to take part in this live forum, you can call us. The number is 01740 4066. We'll just take calls. I might not be able to react to your text messages. Let's just take live calls, and Dari after that is still here. Now, Dari, tell me what your opinion is on the hydra-headed problem of piracy that has eaten into the fabric of our music. It's like the more you drive them, the more they come.
It's fast becoming a way of life, which is very worrying. People pirate and sell pirated goods without a care. They sell it so confidently. They've been empowered because there's been no enforcement of anti-piracy laws and such initiatives. It's a big worry. It will take probably longer because it's been left for so long, unattended to. Obviously because we have bigger problems. We have problems of water, clean water to drink. We have problems of food, job security. We have problems of good roads, infrastructure, and education. We have problems of good governance. So I think piracy is at the bottom end of the problems that we have. That said, you know, it cuts across not just music. It affects people who write, people who are creative in any way. Intellectual property cuts across many genres, so to speak, of the art form. Now, how do we tackle it? I think there's been many different suggestions from left, right, and center, but the bottom line is that it can't be done without the strength of the armed forces, which is controlled by the government. You know, we can't take the law into our hands and chase the pirates out of the market. If there's a way that we can convert pirates into genuine marketers and genuine distributors, then they have to have a stake in the pie. The government has to have a stake in the pie. If, for example, every CD or every book sold, just as Lagos State is obviously enforcing a strong tax regime, which a lot of people are complaining about, but in essence, if you're not being taxed multiply for the same thing, then it's not, it's not out of place. A good government must tax the people. So if the government, here we go, someone's got.
Hello.
Okay, we lost.
Okay, no problem. We'll get.
If the government has a stake in every book sold or every CD sold or every software sold that is proudly Nigerian or made here, then it would make sense to protect what is yours. So if we have a nice sharing formula between the artist, the marketer, the government, and the armed forces somehow, you know, through the government, for every CD sold, then we would be able to rid the market of illegally produced works, which in essence would put money back into the artist's pocket, would help us go back into the studio to make some more music videos, and the cycle would be a healthy cycle that makes sure that you're entertained and you have a say by saying, you know what, I bought your album the last time, you know, I bought an original copy. Why is the quality of your music on the decline? I want to see you, getting better and going higher. So everybody is involved.
That's exactly how the number one citizen of Lagos State, Mr. Babatuni Fashola, has put it. He says, go into partnership with them, and that way things will get better. I want to believe that this postulation is not lost on the pirates themselves, but the problem is, who's going to be bold enough to come and
to bell the cat?
I'm a pirate, come, let's sign.
Well, we've had most recently, we've had one of the, in quote, biggest pirates. I think he's still in police custody. I'm not quite sure how his court case is going. He's been charged for abusing the works of people, and it's a good sign, to say that some people who do some of these things must face the law for breaking the law. It's not fair to take people's sweat, even though some of us also are to blame. We make some of our work, and we have no pride of place, no pride in what we've done, and we go and sell it for next to nothing, and that doesn't give anybody else a good platform to go to the same source and say, you know what, I've spent more than the other person spent. Give me what's due for my work. So it's a multiple pronged problem that is caused not just by the pirates, but even from the artists as well. Right. And we must find a solution to it.
Okay, we're all trying to build our country together, and we're at a very critical stage. The 2011 elections just
around the corner. We're already in March.
Yes, already in March. How do you think that the entertainment industry can partner with the government to make Nigeria a better place?
I think it's actually probably the only thing at the moment that is most unifying, next to soccer, next to football, in the country at the moment. 70% at least of the Nigerian population is made up of young people. And of those young people, they spend most of their time listening to Nigerian music as we speak. And over the years, from the influx, the advent of mobile telecommunications, a lot of the corporates have used music and still use music as the #1 driving force for all their marketing campaigns. There's no commercial you will hear on the radio or television that will not contain a certain sense of music, any element of music,
Nigerian,
and especially Nigerian music. And that cuts across to every part of life at the moment. There's no brand, including politicians or including government, that will not need music to drive their message across. So this is not the only time that you should use musicians to convince people to vote for you. You should also use musicians to educate the people, not just about the Ministry of Education. Music is even faster to preach the gospel of good language or culture or whatever it is you want to pass across to the people, to sensitize them. It's time for us to have a rethink about who we are as Nigerians, to go into the future, positively and believe in ourselves and say, look, we know that our future is brighter and must be better than where we are now. And there's no better platform to use than music.
Now, Dari Altalade, honestly speaking, and I'm very happy about that, has about one of the fastest growing fan base and all over the world. The Twitter, the
Facebook,
and other social networking formats are buzzing as we speak. What kind of things do you get them request you to do?
It's, I'll be honest with you, absolutely ridiculous. It's the rate at which it's been growing has been very phenomenal. To give you some brief figures of the kind of followership we have on Facebook. My Facebook is facebook.com/Darey, D-A-R-E-Y. I already have at least about 250,000 people, who are following what we do every day, what we say, the music we release. On Twitter is at least 25,000 thereabouts. People who are following, just catching on daily, day-to-day activities, where I am, what I'm doing. And it's a great way at the moment to connect to people out there who have been supporting over the years, who don't watch TV all the time, who are always on their cell phones. You know, nowadays it's always, everybody's on the go. You know, so social media has come to stay, using Twitter and Facebook. And for example, I have a website as well, dareonline.com, on twitter.com/Dare. It's great ways, innovative ways to stay in touch with people. You can be as far as Malaysia and still be a Nigerian, obviously, or even non-Nigerians who are loving our music. The internet is such a great place now because it's so expensive to send email, posts, you know, back and forth. It's time consuming, but the world is a global village. Click a button online and you can be closer to America than you even imagine.
I don't know, something was wrong with the line. I mean, this should be the busiest. Anyway, let's just leave it aside and talk about you. Quite a lot of the young ones would like to be like you. I mean, you've gotten to this stage, it's not a tea party. You've had to go through quite a lot. You've had to go through a lot in terms of grooming before you got to this stage. What would you be telling the young ones that like to be like you, whether as a musician or as a broadcaster or as a
creative person?
Or, you know, altogether.
Well, I think first of all, it's dependent on, okay.
I hope this gets through. Hello? Hello?
Wow.
All right, as we say.
Well, I think it starts with the talent, the passion for what it is that you want to do. You want to be a great songwriter or an artist, a singer or a rapper or a dancer or a poet or a newscaster or a magazine publisher, editor, whatever it is that you feel you have a talent for. Learn a bit more about it, you know, learn from the likes of Bisi Olatilo. If you want to go into broadcasting, find a way to connect to him and receive some tutelage, you know, underscore, see someone as your icon or your mentor or idol, the proverbial idol, and take positive things from those people. Positive things would be their style of presentation or their style of dressing or whatever it is that you think would help you in your quest.
The attitude,
the attitude to work, the work ethic, the ethos, the person's mindset towards what it is that they're doing. And that's just the beginning, you know. Then you have to cut your own teeth. You have to go through the grind, pay your own dues.
Hello?
Wow.
What's the problem?
Same thing happened. And then you cut your teeth and you learn the ropes and pray to God, you know, that heaven will smile favorably, in your regard, in your quest. Make sure you learn as much as you can. It doesn't mean you have to study in school. You know, there's all kinds of informal learning and formal learning that you can receive.
Hello? Hello? Hello?
Hello?
Yeah, you broke the ice. Hello? How are you?
Hello?
Hello?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, who's speaking? Where are you calling from?
I'm calling from Lagos.
Your name?
From Lagos.
Your name, please.
My name is Kemi.
All right. Dare Adalade is all yours.
Hi, Kemi. How are you?
Hi, Dari.
Hi. It's nice to meet you.
Oh, I'm fine, thank you.
Great. Great.
Yeah, I just want to say you're doing a very good job.
Thank you very much.
We all like you.
Thank you.
The youth love you.
Thank you.
But I have a request, if you don't mind.
Yeah, go ahead. I hope it's something that I can do.
When are you going to do a song in Yoruba?
Wow. Well, that's a great question.
I know you're Yoruba, so
I'm a Yoruba man. I have that to answer your question very easily. Oh, not at all. I have a song on my brand new album that is all in Yoruba. It's called Sisieko. So if you're in traffic right now or you want to go out to the stores and grab a copy of Double Dare. You know, as a matter of fact, for calling in, I'm going to give Uncle Bisi a copy for you of the brand new album. Come to Biscon World and pick up your copy of Double Dare.
Oh,
It has a copy of the Yoruba song that you are looking for, and it's called Sisieko. It's called Sisieko.
Now, Kevin, what do I get for making this matchup?
Oh, Uncle BC, we all love you. You know how much I should jump on the phone and give you a hug now. You're doing a very great job.
Thank you very much, Kevin. God bless.
Love. It's not because of your wife. I want to blow you a kiss.
That's nice. So congratulations, Kemi. I'm gonna autograph it for you, and I'll leave it here for you. Thank you. Thanks a lot. God bless you too.
Thank you.
It was funny that she said that, talking about a Yoruba song. As a matter of fact, just like you are, you're multilingual. Not only do you speak Yoruba, you speak Igbo, and you speak Hausa, which I'm still trying to catch up. But I've used my music to be like you. So I've done a song in Hausa and in Yoruba as well. And of course, Sweet Mother, the cover for Nico Mbaga, covers the East, which is a big market for that song in particular.
Isn't that fantastic?
So I'm trying to go Wazobia as well.
That's the only way to go.
It is, because we are truly Nigerian.
All right, you have to give us an advice here, and that would be with the electorate and the politicians.
Yes.
That coming from somebody who's very well...
April 2011 general elections. I think, sadly, the youth didn't turn out the way that we wanted them to, but it was still a far cry from what was obtainable before. A lot more people came out to register to vote this time around, and we're very happy about that. So I want to congratulate the youth on that move. I, myself, have my own voter's card. If you have yours, let us come out en masse and vote out bad leadership. This is the time. I'm non-partisan. I would not come out here and preach that you should vote for one person in particular, but we see the signs. We know who's doing a great job in Lagos at the moment without even mentioning the name. We know who's doing a great job, or who has the potential to do a great job from a federal perspective. So vote the right person into office. And it's time to take the bull by the horns and change our destiny. Let's not sit down at home and be armchair critics and say, this person didn't do this, didn't do that. This is the time to use your power, which is your vote, to vote in the right person into office.
I'm not sure we've left any ground uncovered in the last almost 1 hour. We've been having a very serious talk with Dari Out Alade.
That's because you're professional and and you do this so effortlessly. It makes everything.
Thank you very much. Dari, let me congratulate you.
Thank you so much.
Now, do you have any things lined up?
Definitely. At the moment, I'm on a media tour promoting the brand new album, Double Dare. I wish I could get a copy right now and show to you guys so you see exactly what it looks like. Kemi, I'm gonna autograph your copy and give to Uncle Bissy so he holds for you. We're going to all kinds of radio stations. Your favorite radio station, we're going to be having a party on the radio. It's called the Double Dare Radio Rave. And from there, we're going to take it, obviously, to television, as we have right here. Here we go, okay? If you're in traffic or your favorite store, right now, this is my new album. It's actually 2-in-1. You will have to buy them separately, of course, because they contain, like this red one contains songs like Sisieko and Sweet Mother, and some other songs that are very nostalgic and very classic in production. On this side, we've got more pop songs. Your favorites are there, collaborating with me, P Square, Mo Cheddar, Timaya's on this album. I also have a Grammy Award winner on this album. It's called Beat, and this is called Heart. So if you put them together in this format, you have Heartbeat. Okay, and Camillionaire, the Grammy Award winner, is here as well. So make sure you check it out. Grab your copy as soon as you can. Support Nigerian music so that we can, take it to those heights. So right now we're doing TV, radio, and really just connecting to everyone through the media, internet, and just absorbing all the criticism that we can get. Tell us what you think about the music. If there's something you don't like about it, let us know so we can always make improvements on our next project. So And I also use the opportunity to really thank everyone, you know, for all the love, the support, and the criticisms of the last few years. You know, it really helps, and it's brought us to. It does.
It gets you to the very
it does,
top
absolutely.
Of your game.
Absolutely.
Well, what would you be doing in your leisure period?
Wow.
What are the things that tickle Daria Atalade's fancy?
Wow. I like to have good meals. I like to eat, you know, nice. You know, my wife is from Ekiti, so I enjoy pounded yam a lot. I also enjoy a lot of other local delicacies. I tried not Ishiewu. I tried what's the other one called?
Which one is that one now?
They're going hand in hand.
Is it Nkwobi?
Nkwobi, yes. I love Nkwobi, by the way.
Okay.
That's such a great meal to have. It's very rich in in a lot of things. I love pepper soup, so that takes care of food. You know, I'm also a great sport fan. You know, so I like football. I play a nice number 9 when I get to play, and I'm also a great goalkeeper, if I may say so. I love playing basketball. That one I probably play more than any other sport. I love playing tennis. I love playing pool, snooker, call it what you may. In my yes, and I also enjoy driving. Funny enough, I like to drive around, and it keeps me relaxed and keeps my senses very sharpened as well. I like to travel a lot. I like to read. I'm very huge on social networking, so I'm always on the phone or on the laptop, you know, connecting with people, sending emails and whatnot. So the ultimate relaxation, though, is sleeping. I love to sleep whenever I can catch a few hours.
How many hours do you get of that?
If I'm lucky, I get 4 to 5 hours of sound sleep. If I'm lucky.
The business keeps you.
It keeps you. You know about it. You know about jet setting from Lagos to Kuala Lumpur. Tomorrow you're in Asia. Tomorrow you're in America, doing one thing or the other.
That's what makes you what you are.
Many times we've met at the airport. You're going this way, I'm going that way, and that's the way it is.
That's the way to keep the business going.
It is.
It bubbling.
It is the only way.
Let me thank you very much.
Thank you. So I should be thanking you. I should be thanking you for being such a shining light, a shining beacon to all of us. You know, not only us broadcasters or musicians, but just a general source of inspiration. You know, want to pray for you. You know, for long life, good health, and for Biscon International to take it to the moon. You know, let's broadcast on the moon, shall we?
Starting point.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Daria Atalade. An interviewer's delight any day, and very, very knowledgeable. And now I see why he's breaking the ground as fast as possible. And I'm sure that this is just the beginning of his, life. He's going to travel even much more than we have now. This is the Biscon World Television. It's a 24-hour channel. There's news in it. There's sports in it. Just name it. Very shortly, we'll be having our sports with, of course, the master, Tony Eke. He says it the way nobody else says it. And because he never minds whose ox is God, he just goes to town and says it in his own very special way that you cannot, how do you put it now? There's a way to put it. Inimitable.
Inimitable.
Thank you.
You style your hair, worry about all the clothes you wear, worry about what the people care, worry about everything, worry about the kind of car you drive, worry about living that fancy life, worry about all the things to buy to make you beautiful. All these things don't matter. Ego make me love you more, girl. You need to learn to love who you are. Baby, you're a star. As for me, I like the way you are. I like the way you are. This girl, I like the way you are. about your attitude and all these crazy things you do, thinking you're no good for you, but you are good for me. Too big, too short, too slim, too tall, maybe you cannot have it all. I wish that you would come to your senses. All these things don't matter. Ego make me love you more. Girl, you need to learn to love who you are. Baby, you're a star. As for me, I like the way you are. I like the way you are. This girl, I like the way you are. This girl, I like the way you are.
As the Biscon Latino Show, BOS, the globally acknowledged leading brand in the cutting-edge, inimitable production of groundbreaking events dating back many decades, prepares to celebrate its Silver Jubilee anniversary. It's time to blow our own trumpet resoundingly, stating the qualities that have continued to endear the BOS brand to all our fans across and beyond Nigeria. In the last 25 years, the Biscon Latino Show, BOS, which is the longest-running general interest magazine program on television in Nigeria, has covered and broadcasted events of social, economic, corporate, political, and entertainment values every week unfailingly. With iconic events dating back many decades captured for posterity, BOS honors those living and immortalizes the dead everlastingly. The Biscon Latino Show, BOS, proudly boasts of being one of the broadcast outfits with the richest library of archives of past events. The Biscon Latino Show's awesome archive of iconic events parade the coverage of convocations of universities, coronations of traditional rulers, inaugurations of state governors in Nigeria, the inaugurations of Nigerian presidents, and President Barack Obama of the United States of America. 2010 World Cup in South Africa, covered by the ubiquitous Biscon Latino Show, BOS. BOS was also at the inauguration of the Alake of Egba land 16 years ago, Oba of Benin 8 years ago, Oni of Ife, Ulu of Warri, and many more. As for the birthday, anniversary, and weddings of the high and mighty in the society, the BOS archives is replete with very exciting pan and beyond Nigerian super coverages. As for the festivals like Calabar Carnival, Ujude Oba Festival of the Ijebus, Lishabi Festival of the Egbas of Ogun State, and others, the Biscon Latino Show BOS simply is the toast of all. The corporate concerns, the banks, telecommunication companies, and other business concerns have made BOS their prime choice over the years. The newspapers, state governments would rather the almighty Bisi Olatilo show give the coverage of their awards our inimitable packaging as exemplified by what we have in the awesome BOS archives. The Bisi Olatilo show, BOS, is the preferred choice of state governments in the propagation and publicity of their programs to their different constituents in different states, because the Bisi Olatilo show is the #1 program they've all been watching religiously in the last 25 years. In fact, the Bisi Olatilo show, BOS, commissioned to provide a comprehensive nationwide campaign program for President Goodluck Jonathan, President Muhammadu Buhari, and President Bola Tinubu, which took the BOS team around the country campaigning for votes for the candidates at the time. The Bisi Olatilo show, BOS, was also involved in rigorous campaign for Governor Duoye Diri of Bayelsa State, Senator Hope Uzodinma of Imo State, and Governor Gboyega Oyetola of Osun State. Incidentally, these were all clients of BOS from the two different political parties, APC and PDP. Also, in the very rich archives of BOS, with events that span over 25 years, is the one where BOS paid an everlasting honor to immortalize Nigeria's First Lady of all times, Mrs. Stella Obasanjo, who died 19 years ago. The Bisi Olatilo show, BOS, the first and the best, still remains on the very top of our game.
Just you £1 there.
I want
I've been looking like a dog here. Those pounds are expensive, my brother.
My brother, those pounds. Did you see how much they spent for that wedding?
Say again?
Did you see how much they spent on that wedding? That wedding that.
Oh, I spent too much, my brother. It's too much.
That money they spent for that wedding will buy one village, oh.
I heard you were a DJ.
I sometimes. Oh, the DJ at the event?
Wait, will you be DJing for your birthday?
Well, I used to do DJ work in 82, 83, but it's on record that it didn't spin out well.
Equipment are not the same.
Why don't you tell us some of the tracks you played? It might give us a clue to your age.
Okay, I used to play Midnight Star. I used to play Ting Connection.
Wow.
Play Ting Connection, Gap Band. But what I used to do, Atlantic Star, Repacker Junior, Gladys Knight, the Supreme Sisters, the Supremes, and a lot of most of the tracks I used to play there, and the Commandos. I used to play the evening tracks before the DJs come take over at about 12 midnight. So I start playing for about like 6 and just play the sentimentals and the blues when people come in and are drinking Canada Dry and Green Sand Shandy. Then when the big guys come, then when the big guys come, that's when they now start playing the big stuff, you know.
But Atlantic Star was big stuff, brother. I remember that track.
Okay.
Girl, you out of me.
Oh, that the woman should be, and I dedicate my life to you always. A love like yours is great. You must have been born from up above, and I hope you stay this way for always. And we, I changed the key, both know that our love will grow, and forever it will be you and me. Oh, you're like the sun. Chasing down. Anyway, that's the song. All right.
Are you? Wow, God. You're still king.
Thank you so much, bro. Thank you, sir.
King.
Thank you.
Happy birthday.
Thank you, bro. Thank you. Thanks for calling. All right. Yeah. I used to be a DJ, you know what I'm saying?
Man, those songs, Samoki, you know those songs?
You just played the song, man. Just play this.
Sir, you are old. In fact, you're the one that's supposed to amalgamate Nigeria. Wow. Those songs were 62 years ago.
Oh, your father 62 years ago. What 62 years ago?
When I heard Atlantic Star, I was thinking we were going to sing Silver Shadow.
No.
Atlantic Ocean was still a river when they gave me. This small river.
So the equipment were
we have a guest, sir, and you're supposed to guess.
All right. Okay. I can't. Okay. It's not RMD. It's not Dede Mabiaku.
Fashola is Arsenal fan.
Fashola is Man U fan. It's not. He was footballer in his younger days. He's an Arsenal fan. He loves both maternal and paternal sides of Prince. Why didn't you put broadcaster? Why didn't you put broadcaster?
You know what I said to them? We had a lot of meetings before we agreed on this. A woman can give a question, we can sweat. You don't sweat too. All the one if you know, don't hide that for corner. Abi?
What if you people have said speak 3 languages?
Okay. that would have been an expose. Don't be small meeting we do. I tell them, I'm going to leave the make I finish this, my brother. My birthday be today. We don't hide anything with it. And then when they crack your brain, you say, hey, who used to be that? Now they might be a coup. Now, what do you call that? You say, now, I'm just down here. I just wait.
See,
I clue for corner.
As a worry boy, the first shortbread that I ate was, what's the name of that Igbo man inside Lagos Island that would go to his shop? He had a shop.
He had a shop and he had, what do you call it, a nightclub as well.
A nightclub.
Can I even remember him again? It's a long time now.
Yes, we'll go there to eat biscuits. And then Emmy Records, Sony Music, and Polygrams, all of them will bring albums to Radio Nigeria 3. And the first pidgin station that I worked with was with Uncle B, 1992, 93.
Yeah.
B, thank you so much.
Nostalgic memories.
Thank you so much.
You're talking of Radio Nigeria 3. You forgot
Night Train. Right here, same place. Same place here.
But I can't enter one place. It can't be like digital. They say, Air Commissioner can't they blow me up and I say which can. He said, that with this, so don't big up. Well, I'm happy that
thank you so much.
You've done so well for yourself. So when they told me about it, I said, no, I got to be here to encourage you because I heard the nice when your wife was raining those prayers on your head. I did hear.
She's my prayer warrior.
He say, but he love you past as you love her. That's true.
No, well, that woman, he love. If I love her the way he love me, so she go die. No, she did love for us.
They kill love.
They don't feel that.
They don't take love, kill anybody.
Yeah, she did love me. She loved me for the one I never.
I like to congratulate
Thank you so much.
Mary.
Yeah.
She's the lady who's been doing all the work, and
thank you.
You want to be there, but you're hardly there because you've got to be on the road. To make things work.
They got me.
Like me too.
They got me.
And I heard, what's wrong with? Okay, it be like say RMD they prepare for another big movie with that. I been they pray when I heard.
We think great, right?
He just take us, he collect money because that after he get one time when RMD go lean one Kali and I begin pray for him.
If you.
I said, what happen?
If you. That's what they say for.
I can't see say I share na money take and they collect. Anyway, but that's a good thing. Well done, Ali Baba. I must congratulate you.
Thank you, sir.
And the accolades on ending deservedly so because you've done so well for yourself. From nowhere at all, you created something out of comedy.
I need to also mention that a lot of people will not remember a bank called Devcom Bank.
Yes.
They were having an event at Lagoon, and Ombi brought me in. I came in from Epoma to do the show with Devcom Bank. and I did one dirty joke, and he said, well, come. At corporate events, you can do those jokes in your school. At corporate events, you don't do dirty jokes.
So you don't lose customers.
You don't lose customers.
Devcom Bank was owned by Glow.
Mike Adenuga.
Yes, in those days, yes. He wasn't as much as he is now.
Yes,
You don't want to say big anymore.
Yeah.
You know, say we don't pass big.
The money don't overflow now.
We don't pass big now over much. But we thank God for him because he's helping the entertainment industry grow as well. Most of these guys are ambassadors.
True.
You know, smiling to the bank and all that. And, I must congratulate him for that. I must thank him for that.
Thank you, Obi.
And in your own case, not only that you have done some revolution in the comedy business, you've also are trying to raise more people there. There's this thing you do each time you have, is it your birthday or something that you try to grow and even give cars and the rest? I don't know, well, this is your sense, Seth, now, wow. Like your wife said, may the well of your jokes not run dry. They won't run dry because you're a spontaneous guy.
Thank you, sir.
You're not a guy who would want to be repeat. You don't repeat jokes.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Your jokes come on the spur of the moment, and that's it. And I must thank you very much. My wife sends a greeting to you.
My regards,
my children, you knew how.
From 1004. Yes. From 1004.
You know, Dakbo, my last born, is as an engineer now, and he sends his love. There's also Adeola. Who also is into entertainment in a way.
Yeah.
Sense of love.
Adewumi,
Babajide, your friend, who was very small boy in those days.
Small boy.
He's a big entertainment guy now.
That's your 505 that time. That's your 505. Oh, good afternoon to watch the car.
No, you remember? Like I tell you that. You remember Manny now?
Okay, yeah.
Manny get one kind of bad mouth like that. You know, each time they have this cleaning thing, it is the environmental sanitation. Manny will call me, you know, when maybe I finished reading network news at 7. He said, Busy, come. That's your car dead here. Okay. But if you know, they go carry this and I does me. The driver go drive with you, I go drive her tomorrow. And you know, if you know, as I learn how to drive safe, it's another story on its own. I just begin the drive. I know Sabi how they put gear.
Or the 505 GR.
How can you be driving a car and your gear is on gear?
Did you change from gear?
No. From 5. I mean, you do gear 4 and you do one place. The thing will stop now. I go say, hey, this mechanic don't chop my money, and I lie, and I'm you. Because I don't have a driver. You know, quite a lot of things have happened. Thank God that we're still.
Thank you so much.
Like somebody was saying, is the consistency that we're all celebrating here.
Thank you, sir.
And I want to congratulate you again, and all the guys that you brought up. I watch your show regularly.
Thank you, yes. And you do call, even when you don't call the show, you tell me.
In fact, when the lady spoke to me, I said, I hope they're not going to deprive us of watching it tonight, as they did last week.
Okay.
I heard you say something about that. These Abiola people did not allow us to see you last week.
But at least
I watch you regularly.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much.
Well done. Congratulations.
Thank you, sir.
And I think I'm speaking the minds of all those whose lives you've touched in your own way. You don't have to be a musician. You just carved out a niche for yourself. And you're reaching out. I heard the guy who called from the UK.
From UK, yeah.
He don't give you the pounds. I've been like, it's all this greeting, don't do you. Give me the pounds.
I know. Thank you so much.
Well done.
The lessons of values that a lot of, like him, and a lot of other young comedians need to learn. Value of service. You used to, you had the pigeon service. You had Leo Onwodiwe, Leo Star, Leo Onwodiwe. You had Smart Otemo.
No, actually,
Onwode. Smart.
It was Otemo.
We had Aki Akedele was with us for a while.
He's now Akedele is now a multi-talented guy and he's making his money from
Ray Power and everywhere.
He writes films and acts and all that, and he's diversified as well. Beautiful. Because it looks like this, if this were too choke, I just give him.
True.
And that's what's done, and he's the money you enter left, right, and center, which is good.
Thank you.
You know, and I hope that others who are watching us would also take away something from this. You were talking about how to be consistent in this job.
Yeah.
What I have learned about this is not all doesn't have to be money, money, money.
Sure.
Because when there's time for you to earn the goodwill, you'll be shocked how it's going to be just, it will be tumbling over from all corners. So I hope that the young ones are also watching and listening to this.
Sure.
But then more than anything else, you might have 100% talent, but there's just 0.5% that we need that controls everything. And what's that? That is what they call your attention to details and to be ready to work, work, and work. I've explained to a few people that if I have enemies, it will be those who say, this man said, waiting, they take work, do it.
Only him.
They take work, do it. Before I came, I had produced 2 scripts. You know, the APC had the National Convention today. And our crew are there, crew members are there. So just so that they don't think we just pigeonhole ourselves to some people.
Yes, sir.
Oh, political parties.
You're a service provider.
Yeah, so we did that, and Olumide and the rest are coming. They just finished it not too long, about 3 hours ago. And we would hit the airwaves that tomorrow in our own different way. And of course, Rivers State government is also throwing in some money, and we thank God for that. On their own, they called us and said, the man said, you know that man now?
Of course, sir.
He said, BC. They said that your own documentary different. I want to say.
Yes.
And he's been seeing
I think your way with words, the description, the way you bring the imagery to bear on words. I've seen you write scripts from Radio Nigeria, that you write a script, even when news was read then by Jim Lawson Madueke,
yes.
And you say, oh, that phrase didn't work. And I'll say, why did it not work? You said, no, they should have used so and so phrase instead. So I think that these days, MCs need to learn words and their applications as well. Yeah. It's a pleasure to have you on this show.
Thank you very much.
They got me. They got me. Thank you so much. They threw me off with that footballer part.
I said, no, me and Ruth Abraham.
Yeah.
By the way, I said, why is she Ruth Abraham? Does she have a Nigerian name? I said, we'll work them out. Make the third one be a Nigerian name. So we held a lot of meetings before we agreed on all of this. First, I said, the guy who compared, it was actually with Iken Nandagoba, but I made it just me, just so I can deceive you a bit. When Nelson Mandela was released from prison in 1989, big, I've never seen a crowd like that at the National Stadium all my life. If you threw a pin, it landed on somebody's head. So Iken Nandagoba of blessed memories and I were compares. That was a big one. So when we said that, your wife said, no. If it catch you for this.
And then
we had to strike that off.
Then there was this other, they said, if they had said he looks like Dia, it would have been.
Yeah, you would have cut
I would have cut on. But thank you so much.
It looked like Dia without the money of Dia. Without the money of Dia. Thank you.
And also, most of the connections that I have these days, most of them, like I say correctly, this man took me to Jordan Barracks. He took me to many places, and Aso Rock. Thank you so much, Uncle B. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We'll come back after this break.
Congratulations.
Now that they are putting me, this is like Who Wants to Be a Millionaire? All right, so the next guest I have is a Tottenham Hotspur fan, and is married to a reverend. So he is married to a reverend, and so
has doctorate degree.
And has doctorate, so he can be Opa Williams. Married to a reverend.
They say Reverend Father.
No, not married. How can you be married to a reverend father? Reverend father has don't marry. Don't confuse me, Jerry. And likes beans. And likes to eat beans.
The person will talk, so start thinking of tall people.
No, if Emma likes eating beans.
He started late.
Let me see. It's a pavilion! It's a pavilion, sir! I said it now. A P!
You didn't say completely.
Hey, no. Now the PhD part might confuse me. I don't say no go school. A P!
Long time, God bless.
The Reverend Father, I get up. The beast.
No, Reverend Father.
Reverend sister.
Reverend lady.
Reverend, yeah. See that.
Reverend lady.
Happy
birthday.
You go. You just set me up.
No. You know, say, as it be now, this time we set people up. Or they set us up.
Okay.
You're like,
Happy! Exactly. Happy! So, ladies and gentlemen, Upper Williams of the Night of 1,000 Laughs, of Virgin Productions, of what is that movie where you and this thing? You do, like, don't do like three. No, not be the RMD one, not be the latest one. The first one where you do.
On a man, I don't know.
On a man, and then this one where you do with the RMD.
Three Wise Men.
Three Wise Men. Yes. That's the man behind those. And for most comedians, the platform of the Night of 1,000 Laughs that has become a franchise that was not Night of 1,000 Laughs Benin, Night of 1,000 Laughs Calabar, Night of 1,000 Laughs Warri, Night of 1,000 Laughs Benin, Night of 1,000 Laughs Port Harcourt, Abuja, Ghana, ladies and gentlemen, Nairobi. That we went for. All right, welcome.
Thank you.
Upper Williams, you know, Joe Adekwa.
Yes.
Joe Adekwa, Upper Williams, and Mohamed Danjuma.
Yeah.
They came to meet me and said, you have to perform at Night of 1,000 Laughs. I think the third edition.
That was 1997, 98.
97, 98. And they said, no, you have to perform. And I said, I'm not performing at Night of 1,000 Laughs. All the jokes the boys are telling are my jokes. I can't be coming there to perform and the boys are telling my jokes. And he said, no, that if you watch American Idols was new there. So if you watch American Idols, you will see that the people who come to perform do the songs of people who have established themselves, and when they finally establish themselves, then I say, but you will not record me.
Yes, I remember.
You remember?
I remember.
I said, you will not record me. I don't want any of my jokes on any of it. And it turned out to be like one of the worst decisions I've taken, because the jokes were not recorded, but the comedians still told them. Let me call loose. So the comedians still told them. So when people now watch Night of 1,000 Laughs volume 1 to volume 27, they'll be like, this joke Ali Oba is telling. We've heard it. All right. Thank you. How now? How are you?
Very well.
So beautiful. Too beautiful to have you. Thank you so much for the platform that you gave to comedians. And it was, how tasking was it, first of all?
Well, starting something new was different.
Okay.
Woke up one day, myself and Bakasi, I must give them this credit.
Yes, sure.
And Regina De Berry.
Okay.
We were shooting, and we were shooting at this hospital, Bone. What's it called? Hospital, Bone now.
Okay, orthopedic,
Ibobi.
Okay.
So, normally my location manager got us a fake approval.
Okay.
So we got in, we were shooting, and the lady nurse came and said, "What are you doing here?" I said, "We're shooting." "Where's your permit?" "We brought the permit, this one." "Please get out." So Chico said, "Opa, go talk to him. You know Chico Ejiro. So while I was talking to the lady, he was stealing the shots.
Mr. Prolific, they used to call him then. Yeah.
So he was stealing the shots. So when it got a bit, the woman suspected
that you were shooting while she was talking.
She said, "Okay, do me a favor, don't shoot." So we went and were negotiating. Then Bakasi went into his elements and started cracking jokes to all the patients, and they started laughing. Then Regina supported him. Unknown to us, the doctor has come for his ward rounds.
Okay.
So he stood there, he was laughing, everybody was laughing. So we, when we came back, the man said, carry on. So I said, actually, we actually came to shoot. The doctor said, okay, on one condition. When these guys finish whatever it is, doing their thing,
you must come and entertain.
Because nobody has, like he said, Smile has eluded that word for a while. Guys being suspended, that's how it started. So after that, it dawned on me that we can actually
put a show together like this.
Yes. Initially, it was going to be a charity show.
Okay.
Go to prisons, go to hospitals, go to where traumatic places.
Sure.
But unfortunately, question is who's going to sponsor this. So by 1995, I said, okay, let's try it. About 6, myself, Chico Ejiro, and late Odensi, marketer. Odensi used to market my movies.
Your movies,
yes. of course, Chico, my brother, and my director. So we put money together, about 600,000. We did the first one.
That means I could have sponsored the show that time.
Yeah, but I mean, you know, then you were like, okay. I remember the day we came to you. You had this that's your bottle. That bottle, you know, that's your bottle that has a twist.
Okay. Yes, I had the day.
On that baggie. You know, that's the story of on that day. So
purple, it was purple.
Yeah, purple, yes.
Big like this. Yeah.
So we tried, and we had less than 68 people. The cast and crew were more than the people.
This is the main cast. Yeah.
But late per Rhodes, Inca Rhodes,
Steve Rhodes.
Pa Steve, came with some kids and said, "What are you doing there?" I said, "Comedy, sir." I said, "Okay, I'll buy some tickets." So he bought tickets. Tickets were 200 naira. 100 naira. So he bought tickets worth 1,000, which is the biggest, you know, our biggest clients.
He was like an investor.
So we finished. He came and he said, "Nice show. Where's the young man?" And I kept saying, "Nice. I must see it again next year." In my mind, I said, "Next year." No matter when they ground. So we finished counting money. There's no money to be counted. You know, I came with a big bag
to collect the
money. You know, then there was only one radio station, Ray Power. You know, they give us support. After all that, you know, counted money, less than 100 and something thousand. Chico and I said, "My brother, you know, look, we're not quarry. I'll take this 100,000." So me, I had like 80,000 left. We then say, okay, I need the master.
So you can market.
Yeah, market. When I finish, when I make my money. So after that, second edition, I went to them. That was 1996. Chico and I said, "Upper beg. Chico gave me 30,000 naira. I said, "Take. I know invest again." You know. Well, that's how it started. I mean, you were part of it, even though you didn't. Sure. I remember then we met at the Bergie, even though you were almost.
So, okay. Let me ask now. Joe Adekwa of Blessed Memory, Mohammed Danjuma were part of it.
Yeah, Joe Adekwa was my
road manager.
Was my production manager with my movies.
Yeah.
Then that meant that I had to fix him on whatever thing I do.
Okay. All right. Then.
You know, so that's why I became the road manager, the production manager. Then also, you know.
So what were the reasons that you then stopped the franchise and started?
It hasn't stopped.
Okay, it hasn't stopped.
No, it hasn't stopped. Like
October 1st.
October 1st, Lagos. Well, you know the cost of production.
Sure.
Of movies gigs now are very expensive, and Lagos. Well done. Lagos is tough. Yeah. So I took the easy way out. No, what I did was I now franchised them.
Okay.
So I have people doing it in Abuja, in Benin, doing Port Harcourt, Abuja, Lagos. Nobody has come for it. But then again, I've been lucky that some state governments, you know, like last year we did Bayelsa. The other year we did Bayelsa. 2 years we done Bayelsa. Okay. But I'm also concentrating on international. Wing. We've been to Ghana, we've been to Nairobi, been to Kigali, we've been to Kampala.
So let's work towards the South African one.
South African one. We tried South Africa, but the rules were a bit tight. I mean, you know, the revenue regulations, you know, tax and all that, a bit. But we're going to Glaxo this year. Yeah.
That's Upper Williams. A lot of comedians really do owe. Just so that we put one thing right, you said there was only one radio station at that time. There was Radio Nigeria 3.
Yeah.
There was Radio Nigeria 2, AM, FM stereo.
I meant independent.
Independent radio station. Yes. I needed to say that because my boss is to my right here. And
I mean, Radio Nigeria has been there.
Sure.
Okay. I mean. Sure. We had NT as partners, but for radio we had.
Let me tell you one thing. Radio Nigeria 2 then was playing a lot of foreign songs because of JJ.
Yeah.
So when Radio Nigeria, he's in rhythm.
Okay.
When Radio Nigeria 3 came, a lot of Nigerian artists got airplay.
Okay.
Yes, because of Radio Nigeria 3. Thank you, sir. Thank you again.
That was when the likes of
Raskimono, Michael Cree, Peter Sidotong.
Yeah. No, we got partnership with NTA for a very long while, but radio, we couldn't get radio.
Okay.
Then, of course, you know, the Ray Power was it as at that time.
Okay.
You know.
All right.
Yes.
Thank you so much. We'll take a break, and when we come back, another surprise. This time, I will not miss. This time, I will not miss.
I was thinking, what is it that I know and that I have that I wouldn't know? It was difficult.
I knew everything. In fact, you know, as soon as I saw the paper and I saw married to a reverend, loves beans. That doctorate degree.
Call your name after.
I said, also, Williams. All right, we'll be back after this break. Let's roll. Right, we're still talking with my friend, colleague, and the grandmaster of Night of a Thousand Laughs. By the way, when Opa brought me into Anchor Night of a Thousand Laughs, and in Abuja one time, I said, I want to bring a guy on. He said, who? I said, AY.
No, you didn't mention his name.
I didn't mention his name. I said, I have a boy I want to bring. Opa said, we're running late. Do you know how many people we have? What's that your guys? Yinka is a slave driver. No, nobody else is coming on this stage. Nobody. I said, okay, no problem. So I went on stage. I said, ladies and gentlemen, I waved AY on. AY came and tore the place with
You know what? You know. I think you looked at me. You said, "Upper confess." And you looked at my. I said, "I need talk with you." You know, I said, "Okay, somebody wait from outside." And I went out.
And then you heard the laughter.
So I came. I said, "Who is that?" AY. Quiet.
But because he did his job.
Yeah, it was
because
good,
he did his job. All right.
And when I said, "Who is that?" You then said, "You will like and relax."
Relax.
It was good.
Because the thing is that because it was the biggest platform, a lot of people needed it. All right. So now, there's this other guy. They knew there was no way they would have. There's nothing they would have written. If they had written Ibadan Boy, if they had written Billionaire, if they had written any other thing, I would know. There's nothing they would write about this man. That if they had told me that he goes for medical checkup every year. If they told me he sells land, I would have.
Oh, yes. Now I remember you.
Muri.
Now I remember you now.
You bought land from him or you sold to
No. During Zakilo's.
Oh, yes.
Yes.
That's him.
Yes.
Murtala Ibrahim.
You're very supportive.
Murtala Ibrahim.
Thank you.
That's my Egbon on B.
Yeah, we have met earlier.
Okay. All right.
When we're planning the coup.
Muri is a real estate guru.
It inspired me when we're talking during about giving. I don't know if you remember that.
He gives? I don't know that part.
No, I mean, we had a discussion, Stan, myself, you, and Eddie Lawani, and you talked about charity, how you give.
Debbie, come and give. With all the money that he's making, he didn't give. He's an astute businessman and awesome land speculator.
Oh, yeah.
But can't you just tell us a bit about this land business?
Oh, him?
This
man bought land from people that didn't think the land had value. In fact, it looks like he sent people to go tell them that the land doesn't have value before he goes to buy it.
You must have read about Trump. The Trump principle of buying rundown.
Okay, no. So let me put him in the comfort. If one needs to invest in land, the properties now, what areas will the return on investment be quicker?
You look for an area that's on the outskirts, somewhere that is about to grow. So you always need to look for the next thing. The average person looks at the stew that is done. But by the time it's done, other people have taken all the
profit
bits.
margin.
So you look for what is about to be ripe, and you wait a bit.
Like Moe?
No, Moe is ripe now.
Overly ripe.
Badagry is not ripe yet.
Badagry depends on the kind of investments you're looking at. Because roads are going there all of a sudden.
Yeah.
Investments are going. Some labor will move in that direction. Where people move to, they will need accommodation, factories will need to open, shops will need to open, and every commerce drives commerce.
Okay.
If you see houses in Banana Island have gone to a point where you can go no higher, rather than join the bandwagon, where is the next place people would want to go to? So you go and wait for them.
But Eco Atlantic is opening. Nobody is going there now.
It's close
the cost of entering the opening.
It's open to the ocean.
I said something.
You're looking at $2,000 per square meter.
Yeah, that's what I said. I said back in the days, they used to shoot people who stole there. But now people still stay there. Okay,
It's aspiration.
No. Aspirational. It's aspirational. Okay, so if you buy, is sound feeling still proper in certain areas? Because a lot of the places towards the Ekpe side, and you go, because there's so many estates opening up in all those areas.
The plan from the 70s was to actually connect the island to Ikorodu. The master plan during Jakonde's period.
Through Amadou Bello Way.
With sand from Lekki to Osborne is to connect the two land masses and make it a solid expanse.
Okay.
But because of the cost, it didn't work. The same way that you look at the former Bar Beach, the coastline of Nigeria in the 1920s is where we've now gone back to by sand filling. So it's really what has been eroded that we're reclaiming.
Okay. Yes, when we used to have palm trees all the way to the end.
So sand filling will continue, but what we need to look at is what is the ecological impact of what we're doing now.
We're pushing the water somewhere.
So if we do the right surveys and you get the right permits, there's still...
You know, in 1998, I know he won't remember, we drove to Shino Peter's house in Iju. And we drove from Shino Peter's house in Iju to where you now built that house. Alagbado. And we drove to that place. 94. Yes, about 94, 95. Yeah. So we drove to that place. Larry Chejile was doing, was doing his program at Ogun State, OGBC. So we travel in the morning and drive through that road. And so we'll go to that, this thing. And I'll be looking at Egun, I'll be like, is this where you came to buy land? We left 1004 to come and buy land. Then Alagbado station opened. And I went there one day, and all the roads to his place were all built up. So you're saying that one should actually now go to such outskirts, get the place, and tie it down till...
Sometimes it's an outskirt. I had a conversation with somebody today. The first introductory plots that were sold in Banana Island less than 15 years ago were sold at 5,000 naira per square meter.
Which banana?
The same one that is selling for 380,000 per square meter today.
So do you have anyone that is not, like banana that is not too ripe, that is cheaper?
Now mango
But I think what really does happen now is that there's so many things that are eating at what you have in hand to invest in those places.
Disposable income, you mean?
Disposable income.
Basically, it's never been easy. On Akiandeshola, where you have the GT Bank office now, was sold in the 90s for 3 million naira. When the company that owns it now wanted to buy, they paid 490 million. Wow. 3 million wasn't easy then. 490 wasn't easy at the time.
And it will not be easy next year
So it's a sacrifice you need to make.
No, but let me come in here. I can understand
the land speculation and everything.
I can understand investing in areas like Banana, Ikoyi, and the rest of it. Not the Alagbados of this world. Let me not tell you about it. It will take you forever to get your gain. It's just moving at a snail's speed.
Because the infrastructure.
The objective you have in acquiring real estate should come in when you are about to buy. A lot of people buy for emotional reasons, for security reasons, or for investments. So you need to understand and explain, what is my objective? One person would say, I don't want to pay landlord anymore in Lagos, and go and spend 2 million naira to buy land in Ikorodu, and spend another 2 million naira to put a bungalow on it. He had satisfied his need to not pay landlord rent. But what you have now done is to reduce the number of hours you will sleep for the next 10 years from 8 hours to 4, because you now leave home at 4:30 to be able to get to your office in VI.
Yeah.
You need to leave at 4:30, get to your office at 7, and park outside and wait for it to open. Otherwise, you will not make it to work. Or you pay the rent to the person who has been able to make the investment where you want. What are you looking for? Returns on investment, security, or a roof over your head?
Okay.
Sometimes they do not all
match.
Okay. And the amount of money you have to put into it decides what you can do and where you can go.
Okay, mortgages. What is holding mortgages from kicking off in Nigeria?
Cost of funds, no long-term lending. Okay. The banks do not have money that they get for 10 years or 15 years. If you do not have long-term bonds, how do you price money of 5 years when all the money you're getting is 6 months and 1 year?
But they did not when they had pension funds and they had all
those were
these
also not long-term funds. And the banks and the financial institutions cannot take money at 25% or 20 or 17%.
I'll give it to you at 4.
I'd give it to you at 4. And if you take a mortgage at 22%, it means effectively with compound interest, in 3 years you're paying, in 6-7 years you're paying 3 times the price you bought. You might as well not buy. It's cheaper for you to rent than to own.
Okay.
So you should also look at the finances.
And now this other thing is important. When you get a plot of land, considering that it gets to a point, maybe like, because you, like I know, you do not build, you don't build one house in any plot. You build like 4, 5, 6 houses, then live in one and rent out the rest. There's no property that I know that you have that has single tenants. You always build a lot of it. But people build, back in the day, some people just build one massive house that has about like 10, 15 rooms and live there.
With cockroaches and rats.
Exactly. So, should that be the future plan now for anybody that has land? Build a place that has terrace houses? Because
if you look at other mega cities, people go to the outskirts to build, in the suburbs, to build large houses.
But
even Trump in New York lives in a penthouse flat. The Mars family, the rich people, if you move into New York, you live in a brownstone or something. I'm sure if you find 10 people, billionaires in central New York, who have houses, it's almost impossible. So who are you fooling? You're sitting on land that is $1 million for 1,000 square meters, and you want to say, I want 5,000 square meters. Unless you are selling sugar and selling cement.
Even the man selling sugar and selling cement.
He has sense now. Look at his.
Look at the small house like that.
I would not get the do like say he gets.
There's something you said about going to those places that are being chased. Like, okay, Ekpena has been chased, or even chased already. Moe is conquered. How do you
figure out which places have been conquered?
Yes, or which places are being chased? I need to go and, you know.
In Lagos now, what are the places that are being chased?
I know like Badagry area, then it's being chased now. I know that before plots of land used to cost like 300,000, but right now it's going for about $1 million plus because of the rain coming.
What is a plot in? That's a 650.
60 by 100.
About 600 square meters.
600 square meters. Then it used to go for about 300, 400, but now you'll get for 2 million, 3 million. That's down, down, down.
Because land is finite, there's a limited supply of land. Regardless of where it is, as long as there is a demand for it,
it will run out.
It will continue to increase in value.
So how do you know where's been chased?
Where do you think people would move to next? wherever infrastructure is getting better, wherever there's pushing tourism in Badagry. The roads to Badagry are being fixed. There's about to be oil being exploited in the area. So commerce is coming. People will come.
They will need schools.
Transporting themselves to and from there has become easy. It's logical. It's the same as they are opening the markets on the expressway. The moment you know there's a modern market coming, people will want to buy and sell. If it's a really large industry, then places to store will make sense around it. Land around it for people who, because you have a small shop, you can't store things. They'll need parking
house, parking stop.
Just follow the herd and feed their needs.
Okay. Thank you.
And by the way, nobody say they bid us anything before tax people will say where the money. Everybody contribute and provide a service, helping people live their dreams. All of us come Lagos
profitably.
No. I understand what you say.
All of us
if you have land, what's the joint JV?
Yeah.
If you have land, he has the people that can build.
Developers.
If you have land now, in one house, in get money. So you bring the land, he brings some money, he brings some money. It's like a cooperative. It's like bringing the resources together to provide housing for people in Lagos. So it's a service. I introduce everybody and all the factors involved in bringing housing.
And you midwife everything too.
And I midwife everything.
Okay. Well done. And so real estate, you can't go wrong as it is.
There's nothing you can't go wrong. There are people who have run out of Nigeria from real estate now. Politics. You don't know how many of them they
You go wrong. Join the wrong party.
Well, there you are corrupt.
You go very wrong.
If you join the wrong party, you are corrupt. If you join the right party, you are okay.
Yeah. I know.
No. You didn't. I know you didn't say so. I'm helping you.
Don't be me, you there. I want to sleep out soon. Please stop this. I like my house.
All right. We'll go on a break. When we come back, Alibaba, seriously, we'll continue. I have a few questions to throw across, and then we've been getting some calls because of the conversation. The guy that called from Abuja, is it Mike from Abuja? We'll talk with you shortly. We'll be right back. All right. Well, these people are taking me on our wings. Muri, I think you would round up and say that if I want to invest in studios and I need a place like Eric Moore to build a warehouse kind of place that I could turn into a studio, what location would you be advising me to go to?
I'll tell you, you have no business in Eric Moore. Your business does not need to be within town. Move towards Ekpe or move towards Badagry or move towards Lekodi-Sibado Expressway. Because what you need is large scale so you can actually change and redirect.
Is that what moved Nestle out to... About what moved Nestle to Ogun State?
They didn't need to be where land was expensive.
Because they only brought finished products.
So your market will come to you.
Okay.
You're not going to be... People don't come to the shows in the studio. So you need to go where the talent can come.
And then people can watch.
Then you bring the finished products to them, beam it to them at home.
Awesome. Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you. We'll be expecting our next guest now. And I'm not guessing again. I'm not guessing. Just bring the guest. Bring the guest. There better be... Who is it?
Y'all should acknowledge wow. I deserve some my color. What you do, bro? I pay my dues. Y'all should acknowledge me. Listen, it's takeover time. It's takeover time. It's 2000 and take over. It's not 2000 and any numbers. But I say it's 2000 and take over.
Take over.
It's 2000 and take over.
No.
It's 2000 and take over. It's not 2000 and any numbers.
I swear to God.
I said it's 2000 and take over.
Take over.
Happy birthday, sir. I heard today is a birthday.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday. Legend. Legend.
That's the word hug, sir.
Legend.
That's the word hug.
Legend.
Do you hug like that, you?
Legend.
No.
Up in the building.
I know, enjoy yourself.
Happy birthday, sir. I so appreciate you. I heard today is your birthday. I decided to come through. Happy birthday, sir. Happy birthday. Happy birthday, sir.
Did you bring me some muffin?
Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Happy birthday.
Yeah.
Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Happy birthday, Ali Papa. Happy birthday. Happy birthday.
Yeah.
Happy birthday. Happy birthday, legendary. Happy birthday. Happy birthday, legendary.
No. Oh, we global now.
We're global. What? Small.
God bless you.
Thank you, man. Thank you, man.
Shine forever.
Thank you, man. Please sit down. Sit down. That's on Bisi Olatilo.
Okay, yes, sir.
The legendary Bisi Olatilo.
Legend.
Stop repeating everything I say.
Yo.
No, you sit here.
Yo, okay. Yo.
Let me the echo.
Yeah,
I know has to come this way. I can't stay.
I swear to God.
You already know. But you know we so clean.
Clang.
You know we so clean.
Bling.
You know we so.
Oh, we global now.
Yo.
I saw you with the daughter of a billionaire.
Yeah, that's true.
You global now.
No. It ain't my fault.
No.
It ain't my fault.
Where is the tea now?
What are you talking about?
It ain't my fault.
I mean,
No, I said it ain't my fault. Maybe
Ain't
you
no
don't
fault.
understand. Okay, simply means fault.
Hey, but to put the tea now so I understand.
It's silent.
You know,
no language.
Y'all know I'm not brought up here. You know what I'm saying? I'm brought up in the United States.
USA.
But sometimes.
I swear to God, bro.
Yo.
No, people know that I watch this guy like. If you see 2 million views, 200 is mine. Worldwide.
Yo.
So you won't repeat my own. I said worldwide. You did.
Worldwide. Legend.
Yo.
How are you? You were supposed to be here some weeks back.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
You were shooting.
Apology.
You
know what I'm saying? You know, I was shooting, you know what I mean? I wasn't shooting, I was shooting. You know what I mean? So I was shooting, so
This place get madness.
There's a method to the madness.
I think it's na fan dadani.
I couldn't make it.
Worldwide.
Listen, there's something you guys must take this away. They say in this house here, you don't have to be mad. All right? But it pays to be.
Oh, deep.
So deep.
Oh, you don't repeat.
You know, Echo.
So deep.
I said, oh, deep. He said, no. So deep. You don't speak PG.
We global now.
You global. Okay, because it's global, they can't speak PG. I said, oh, deep. He said, so deep. You're rapping, man.
Just chilling like there.
Right there.
Chilling like right there.
Right there.
Chilling right there.
Did everyone want that glass?
No. It's global now.
Yes, man. We're so happy seeing you, sir.
All right,
Happy birthday, sir.
Thank you
More
so
life.
much. Thank you so much. Can you bring our drinks now? Cake.
So
Okay, we'll have a cake. It's my birthday, man.
Sure.
Happy birthday.
Let's pop that bottle. Let's pop that bottle.
Pop.
Let's pop that bottle.
Pop bottle.
Sir, I'm sorry that I'm speaking this way. You know what I mean?
Okay, because they are communication experts, so no.
Y'all know they might not understand what I'm trying to say.
No.
I don't say I'm finished now.
Yes,
when the thing starts, pop. That's when you lost that.
Pop.
You can't even sing this way. This is
It's some crystal bottle. This some crystal.
Crystal bottle.
Ruth.
This some crystal, man.
Pop.
Okay.
More life.
You go surprise.
More life.
You already know if it ain't Dom Perignon, it ain't Ace of Space, it ain't crystal bottle.
I think. You just tasted some thing.
No, I don't need that.
Nah.
What I take is mushrooms. That's what I eat.
Or guacamole.
Everybody knows I eat mushrooms. That's what I eat. I don't take that thing.
Okay, so we need to film.
Jeez. Man, what a day.
More life.
What a day.
All right.
What a day.
This back in the days, you know, I need to say something here. Back in the days, when your TV is not clear, this is how you make it clear.
Straight up.
You know, you watch
from the underground.
Yeah, horizontal and vertical.
From the underground, man.
And then you
carry the antenna. Hold on.
They will now grow up to where somebody climb up there.
Yes, and turn the pole.
You don't clear hula.
So you are turning the pole like this, and then you turn and say, hey, keep it there. LWT. Feel it there. When you remove your hand, you know, clear. So you have to. Well done. And Ombi worked in the first of those radio stations and television stations back then. He's a legend, man.
Legendary.
So,
sir, we just want to say we appreciate you. We just want to say we appreciate you.
I swear to God.
All right.
I swear to God, you're so legendary.
Legend.
I just want to say I appreciate you one more time. Yeah. Let's go.
So let's pop.
No.
Come, let me help you. The shade, you. Yeah. Let me.
I got this one. There you go.
Okay, so we're having some extra people join us now. So if you need, do you have your glasses? We have apple juice if you do not want.
Apple.
Oh yeah! Hey!
Boss, night train. Night train.
What are we doing first? All right, no need.
Thank you so much. That's our show for tonight. It's Live About Seriously. We thank you so much. We'll cut the cake and close. But till next week, have a wonderful week. And then wish the Super Eagles the best of luck. And God bless you. Super Eagles,
Up Eagles!
Now decorative value, all right. We're global now. Let me change the channel. All right. So you can stretch your hand towards me. So record.
Hold it.
Okay. I'll hold it.
Everybody's hand towards him now.
Okay.
We're going to pray for it, but just.
Okay, stretch your hand towards me.
Stretch your hand towards me. I will just leave Baba. Give me an A.
As the Biscon Latino Show, BOS, the globally acknowledged leading brand in the cutting-edge, inimitable production of groundbreaking events dating back many decades, prepares to celebrate its Silver Jubilee anniversary. It's time to blow our own trumpet resoundingly, stating the qualities that have continued to endear the BOS brand to all our fans across and beyond Nigeria. In the last 25 years, the Biscon Latino Show, BOS, which is the longest-running general interest magazine program on television in Nigeria, has covered and broadcasted events of social, economic, corporate, political, and entertainment values every week unfailingly. With iconic events dating back many decades captured for posterity, BOS honors those living and immortalizes the dead everlastingly. The Biscon Latino Show, BOS, proudly boasts of being one of the broadcast outfits with the richest library of archives of past events. The Biscon Latino Show's awesome archive of iconic events parade the coverage of convocations of universities, coronations of traditional rulers, inaugurations of state governors in Nigeria, the inaugurations of Nigerian presidents, and President Barack Obama of the United States of America. 2010 World Cup in South Africa, covered by the ubiquitous Biscon Latino Show, BOS. BOS was also at the inauguration of the Alake of Egbaland 16 years ago, Oba of Benin 8 years ago, Oni of Ife, Ulu of Warri, and many more. As for the birthday, anniversary, and weddings of the high and mighty in the society, the BOS archives is replete with very exciting pan and beyond Nigerian super coverages. As for the festivals like Calabar Carnival, Ujude Oba Festival of the Ijebus, Lishabi Festival of the Egbas of Ogun State, and others, the Biscon Latino Show BOS simply is the toast of all. The corporate concerns, the banks, telecommunication companies, and other business concerns have made BOS their prime choice over the years. The newspapers, state governments would rather the almighty Biscon Latino Show give the coverage of their awards our inimitable packaging as exemplified by what we have in the awesome BOS archives. The Biscon Latino Show, BOS, is the preferred choice of state governments in the propagation and publicity of their programs to their different constituents in different states, because the Biscon Latino Show is the #1 program they've all been watching religiously in the last 25 years. In fact, the Biscon Latino Show, BOS, commissioned to provide a comprehensive nationwide campaign program for President Goodluck Jonathan, President Muhammadu Buhari, and President Bola Tinubu, which took the BOS team around the country campaigning for votes for the candidates at the time. The Biscon Latino Show, BOS, was also involved in rigorous campaign for Governor Duoye Diri of Bayelsa State, Senator Hope Uzodinma of Imo State, and Governor Gboyega Oyetola of Osun State. Incidentally, these were all clients of BOS from the two different political parties, APC and PDP. Also, in the very rich archives of BOS, with events that span over 25 years, is the one where BOS paid an everlasting honor to immortalize Nigeria's First Lady of all times, Mrs. Stella Obasanjo, who died 19 years ago. The Biscon Latino Show, BOS, the first and the best, still remains on the very top of our game.
Professor Egosa Osage, who is the landlord here, Director General of the Nigerian Institute of International Affairs. Well, I see Mr. Olumide Apata, gubernatorial candidate of the Labour Party in the forthcoming elections. You went to, well, some of these secondary schools. You know, I don't like to mention some secondary schools because they are this way to secondary schools. I think he first went to Initial Grammar School. Initial, then there's one other school he attended, you know, some of these people from the hinterland, when he heard the name of their secondary school. But in any case, you know, Chibele Momodu then went to the prestigious University of Ife, which later became Obafemi Awolowo University, where he got a master's degree in English literature. And then after that master's degree in English literature, you know the many things that he has done. He has been a journalist, beginning in 1988 as a reporter with the African Concord. From the African Concord, he was redeployed to the Weekend Concord, where he rose to become a line editor. At the same time, he wrote prolifically, you know, in all the Concord titles, and became very famous, you know, for his writings. He later left Weekend Concord and went to Classic magazine, where he worked with May Ellen Ezekiel. I think before then, you know, he had done quite a number of things. He used to be a hotel manager. One motel in Ife, you know, owned by Chief Obashijuwade at that time. Muteroya, that's the name of the hotel. At another point, he was private secretary in the Second Republic to Chief Akin Omoburiwo, a Second Republic politician. And then he also went to teach briefly at the Oyo State School of Arts and Sciences. So, you know, there are many people who remember him as their teacher. And then in between, when he was in Lagos, I think he sold bread. He was hawking bread. You know, Chief Bashoru Abiola had this bakery called Wonder Loaf. So Bob D at that time used to carry bread loaves of bread in the boot of his car, you know, in practical, you know, on a Warja fashion, you know, one road, many roads lead to the market. In between, he was also a PR consultant, celebrities' goodwill, you know, which he was managing. But then, of course, what most people know today is his involvement in politics. And he got into politics through activism. When in 1992-93 we had the general elections won by Chief N.K.O. Abiola, and that election was annulled. He was one of those people, you know, who went to the barricades. For his temerity, he was detained at Alagbon Close. In 1995, the Abacha government was looking for him. They wanted to charge him for treasonable felony. So he decided to take the Nadeko route. Radio Freedom was a, you know, anti-military channel that was established in the UK then by a number of Nigerians who wanted democracy. And it was, Radio Freedom later became Radio Kudirat. And I think it was Sabitiyu Elenu Gbogboro, Saliu Elenu Gbogboro, you know, on that Radio Freedom Radio Kudirat. And here we are today. You know, he's not just a journalist or a philanthropist. He's also a traditional community leader. He's most recently, I was trying to remember that title. He was honored with the title of Akinrogun of Mogoland. He was also honored with the title Aretayeshi of Iwo Land. He is also Bashorun of Okela, Orogun, and he has a honorary doctorate in humane letters from the University, Pan-African University of Leadership in Accra, Ghana, in addition to many other honors. Well, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Chief Dele Momodu, Chairman, Publisher, Ovation International. May I invite him now to give his welcome remarks.
Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor and privilege to welcome you all to the inaugural Dele Momodu Leadership Lecture on the occasion of my 64th birthday. You may be wondering, why is he starting a lecture series? The reason is not far-fetched. The clock is ticking, and by the grace of God, on my next birthday, I will be 65, and will undoubtedly qualify to be an elder statesman. In my moment of soliloquy, I asked, what next? I'm sure I have written over 1,000 articles, spoken endlessly on radio and television, but not much has changed for my greatly endowed country, Nigeria, and its long-suffering people. My verdict was that criticism alone cannot do the job. I decided to use my God-given wealth of influence and confidence to reach out to our leaders, technocrats, and my fellow citizens in general. So the next phase of my struggle would be to encourage some dialogue and conversations. I'm someone who follows his thoughts with action. So I immediately came up with the idea of a national and international lecture. And this is the first of its series. So my first move was to think up a topic. That was quite easy. My country is riddled with all manner of debilitating challenges, of which we are all guilty in various degrees of culpability. Rather than continue to have the blame game, of which again we are all experts at, and we're also champions of complaining and lamenting like the biblical Jeremiah. So I decided to do something. Why can't we end this endless energy crisis? The most disturbing thing for a Nigerian, the most embarrassing, is this energy thing. It's as if it's rocket science. And we go to smaller countries and we enjoy this energy that we cannot have here. So I thought to myself, if I want to buy any product, all I need to do is pay and it will be delivered to me. So how come we pay for electricity and it cannot be delivered? I can see Prof looking at me. That is the challenge I'm throwing at you and our leaders seated here today. With all our humongous investments in electricity, they've all gone up practically in smoke. The more we paid, the less electricity we got. Since electricity affects all of us, we should gather in this room today and discuss solutions in a non-partisan atmosphere. You're welcome, Your Excellency, Senator Rabiu Musa Kwankwaso, the former governor of Kano State and former presidential candidate. Thank you so much for coming. So, as I told former Vice President Atiku Abubakar a few days ago, let it be said that I played my part very well.
And that should be the mission of everyone in this room. Play your part very well. So after picking the topic, I had to find the lecturer who must be well grounded in the subject matter. I thought of no other than my dear brother, Professor Bartholomew Nnaji, who is seated here today. His intimidating resume speaks for itself. So I won't bore you with it because we'll be here all day if we were to look at it, but we will publish it later. So on 20th March 2014, I took a leap of faith and sent a message to him requesting for just 2 minutes, a 2-minute call. Pronto, he responded. And we spoke for exactly 2 minutes. His words were truly encouraging and inspiring. Dele, you are not just a consequential Nigerian, but a consequential African. I will not say no to your request. And he's here today. Please help me thank you. In the choice of today's chairman, I wasted no time in calling on the great African leader, the former president of Ghana, John Dramani Mahama, who in 18 months of one tenure, not second tenure, one tenure, he has one more to go. Hopefully, he will get it this year. I said, please, I want you to be the chairman. He told me, Dele, consider it done. He will be here any minute from now. He landed in Nigeria last night, having flown from London to Ghana 2 days ago, and had to travel out of Accra to come back to Accra and land in Lagos last night. So the rain, they are in the traffic, trying to navigate their way to NIA. So, of course, my brother, I call him Peter the Rock, former governor, Peter Obi. Anytime you call him, he's always as cool, as calm as the cucumber. So, he said, my brother, why not? This man, we met on a flight to London last year, and it was around the time of my birthday. So I told him, I said, my birthday is on Tuesday. He said, oh, he's going somewhere. I think he went to Italy or something. He said, but the day of your birthday is, I'm leaving on Virgin Atlantic in the night to Lagos. He said, so I will check in and come to your house. I was looking at the logistics. I said, no, it's not possible. You won't believe it. He showed up like an apparition in my house. So please help me give him a big round of applause. So I called, I have a young friend. He is my button to Senator Alhaji Raju Kwankwaso, and that's Mubarak. Where is Mubarak? That's my best friend. So anytime I want to reach his dad, I just call Mubarak. He said, give me some time, I'll come back to you. And I called Mubarak. And then maybe around midnight, Alhaji works late into the night. I don't know how he does it, but he is such a brilliant gentleman. So Mubarak called me and said, hold on for Daddy. So I told Daddy, I said, please, I want you to come to Lagos. I know how far Lagos is from Abuja. And these days, for people who don't have too much, flying can be very difficult. And he said, no, Dele, I will honor you. You won't believe it. Till Mubarak called me again a few nights ago. I was still doubting that maybe they would call me. In fact, when I saw his call, I thought he was going to say, oh, sorry, Daddy cannot make it. Daddy is there. Please. He is one of the most powerful, one of the most dogged politicians in Nigeria. And I'm sure he's following in the robust tradition of Kano politics. The Malam Aminu Kanos, the Abubakar Rimis, and I'm happy that we still have people like you in our political system. May Allah continue to bless you, sir. So, yes. So I settled for a place as the Nigerian Institute of International Affairs, which I like to call our own Chatham House. Our own Chatham House is abandoned and is to send a powerful message to all of us that we should not abandon this place. The Director General is here, Professor Sage. Please stand up for recognition. Fantastic man. He invited me to be an associate fellow here, and I'm very grateful. I promised you that we will do something here, and I'm happy that we're doing it now. This is the bastion of intellectual diplomacy and home to robust ideas. I knew its auditorium was not in top shape, but this will be an opportunity to address the ugly attitude of ignoring our age-old institutions by making my own contribution. So, as a man of modest income, you must have read my letter. I'm proud to say I'm a man of modest income. I offered to buy 2 new air conditioners. You can see one there, you can see one here. Otherwise, we will be sweating by now. I decided to see it looks new. That is what my modest income can afford. So, just like I did in my own village, you see, I realized that we all want to live comfortably within our homes without taking care of our environment. So in my to skip school today just to be with me. I didn't know until his mom told me, and that's Abiola's grandchild, Tarek. Please stand up for recognition. So you don't know how you affect people when you do things. So he insisted he must come with the mom, and they are here today. That's how I operate. If I believe in you, it doesn't matter. I will follow you to the depth of the ocean. President Mahama knows that. There is nothing they've not done to separate us. I said, Umba, we can't do that. So, he's not here, but he's on his way. I can never thank enough our chief host, who is my born by 3 days. But in our culture, 3 days makes you a permanent older person. And that is ready, and yes.
In order that I don't fall into the danger of not acknowledging anybody, let me proceed on the protocols that have been established, and to thank you all very much. Let me also apologize for my late arrival. We had a problem with the rainstorm that suddenly broke when we're about to set off, and I'm happy that finally we arrived. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure to be here today to chair the inaugural Dele Momodu Leadership Lecture, the theme of which is the politics of energy and the way forward for Nigeria. This theme is most appropriate and suitable because despite Africa's tremendous energy resources such as hydro, wind, solar, and hydrocarbon potential, the continent continues to suffer from a severe energy deficit that undermines equitable economic growth and development. As you may be aware, the African continent is home to about 17.89% of the world's population, and it has about 600 million of its people without access to electricity, with a staggering 98% in sub-Saharan Africa. When we look more specifically at the country's energy resources, such as its oil, gas, and other minerals, Nigeria has the unique opportunity and the potential to achieve energy security and sufficiency for itself and indeed the entire West African sub-region. Today, our world is at a crossroads of what has become known as the energy trilemma. That is sustainability, energy security, and affordability. Already many Western countries have taken the path of transitioning to renewable energy primarily because of the factor of climate change and partly due to global geopolitical tensions. As a result, most sub-Saharan African countries are at the high risk of having stranded assets in petroleum reserves and infrastructure. Nigeria and sub-Saharan Africa must address emissions, and this increased Ghana's installed hydro generation capacity designed to provide adequate electricity generation into the foreseeable future. Ghana suffered its first power crisis in 1984, following a severe drought, disrupting the generational capacity of the two hydro dams. And despite the commissioning of the third hydro dam, a 400 megawatt Bui hydroelectric power dam in 2013, the power supply remained erratic and unreliable. With increasing energy demand coupled with unpredictable hydrology, dependence on the country's hydro potential as the sole source of electricity has proved untenable. As a result of this crisis, and I was president then, I led the fastest mobilization of thermal power in the history of Ghana, mobilizing about 1,000 megawatts of emergency thermal power to the country's generation mix. Following the discovery of additional gas resources in the offshore Cape Three Points area in 2009, we decided to leverage the World Bank and other partners to undertake the US $7.7 billion Sankofa natural gas project by constructing an integrated offshore oil and gas processing plant to supply additional gas capable of generating 1,100 megawatts of thermal power. You're welcome, Your Excellency. These policy interventions have resulted in domestic gas accounting for about 82% of Ghana's thermal requirement and 40% of domestic LPG supply. So it means that in Ghana, almost 80% and so current generation capacity stands at 5,454 megawatts, both for domestic consumption, and Ghana currently exports power to neighboring Togo, Burkina Faso, Cote d'Ivoire, and Benin within the framework of ECOWAS cooperation. I'll touch a bit on the West African power pool in a minute. Ladies and gentlemen, on the local front, an aggressive rural electrification policy launched in 2009 increased electricity access rates in Ghana from 60.8% to over 80% in 8 years. The solid foundation we laid has resulted in an impressive 88.5% current access rate. It means that 88.5% of Ghanaians have access to electric power. And Ghana is on course to achieve universal access to electricity at the target date. Policy reforms have equally been at the center stage of our energy sector, with power sector reform dating back to the early 1990s by the Ghanaian government, resulting in the creation of an Energy Commission in 1997 as a technical regulator of electricity, natural gas, and renewable energy industries. And also the formation of the Public Utilities Regulatory Commission in the same year provides guidelines for tariffs and charges on public utility service. In the country. Ladies and gentlemen, despite the remarkable success chalked over the years, increasing demand for electricity to satisfy domestic use and export and gas supply constraints is beginning to pose significant challenges, threatening the nation's power supply reliability as demand continues to increase. It's estimated that demand increases between 10 and 12% every year. And so it means that you must always plan. Establishment of the West African Power Pool, which I talked about just a while ago. The wholesale market presents an excellent opportunity for energy integration in West Africa. Ghana has already constructed a high voltage electricity transmission network that connects us to Togo, Benin, Burkina Faso, Mali, and Cote d'Ivoire. So it makes it possible for us to evacuate excess power into the grid for export to any of these countries.
Well, something tells me that round of applause wasn't loud enough. I wasn't hearing. Yeah. Ready, give us an idea of the challenge of energy transition and the kind of challenge that we face. But our guest speaker has also been very actively involved in this sector. He's a former Minister of Science and Technology in Nigeria, as I said earlier, former Minister of Power, also 2011 to 2012, and his CV is, a list of distinctions. He's currently Pro-Chancellor and Chairman of Governing Board, Bells University of Technology. He holds a PhD in Engineering, Intelligence and Robotics from the MIT, Massachusetts Institute of Technology. And this was long before artificial power initiative. Now, this geometric power and about power is the product of what the Nigerian government decided to do in 2005 when we had the Electricity Sector Reform Act of 2005. And the big thing about that act was that it opened the doors for private initiative, involvement, and investment in citizen. He alone has 2-3 national honors, when some of us have not even been given one. Professor Bat Naji.
Thank you so much, Chief Dr. Reuben Abati. You are just exactly who you are, an encyclopedia of a lot of things about the nation and the world. Thank you so much. Your Excellency, the Chairman of the occasion, John on your journey up to the various floors to this one. So your friends, family, and I are wishing a life of happiness, prosperity, and good health to you as you climb to the rest of the floors that the Almighty may grant you. I also want to thank you so much for asking me to do this, the very first, this lecture series. And what you said is so apt, because we need to begin to really get into our minds about solving our problems. And the topic chosen must be appropriate, something that really goes to the desert nation with sparse population had not been full of petroleum. The speculation is important because when Saddam Hussein moved into Kuwait on 8 August 1989 and occupied it, which caused pandemonium throughout the globe, Liberia was about to start a descent into anarchy. Liberia is not just another country. It was an American colony and soldiers, that is, a whole battalion, and also spent some $8 billion on the ECOMOG operation. Now, let us move away from events of the 1990s and the wars. Let us reflect on the international events of the last couple of years concerning energy. The West, particularly Western Europe, has been mounting a relentless campaign for cleaner energy, coal in particular, referring to it as the greatest environmental pollutant through carbon emission. It has even added natural gas to the list. So when Mr. President was talking about natural gas and the plan of his government, should he win, to focus also on natural gas, just to know that these people have added natural gas as a major pollutant. So it has added natural gas, all in an effort to make the world limit global warming to 1.5 degrees centigrade by 2030, as required by the Paris Accord on Climate Change of 2015. Something dramatic was to happen in 2022. Following Russia's invasion of Ukraine, to sell itself as a leader in the vanguard of the campaign for clean energy and paid a price for it. While it was posting huge profits, its stock performance on the exchanges was flat. Unlike those of Chevron and ExxonMobil, investors were not sure whether Shell is not to environmentalists, but to shareholders. Shell, copper, and lithium ion are produced massively. There are human rights abuses on an industrial scale. There is also child labor, in addition to other forms of labor exploitation. The beneficiaries are mostly Western multinationals. The DRC government, towards the end of April 2024, hired the services of a team of French lawyers to write to Apple Corporation, the American technology giant, accusing where lithium 30, and by 85% by 2050 from the 1990 levels through solar and wind power. There have been protests against the conversion of farmlands to solar and wind farms. There have also been protests against the destruction of biodiversity and the habitat generally. And this is in America. The most difficult and controversial issue deliberated on at the Conference of Parties, popularly known as COP28, which held in Dubai from 30th November to December 13 last year, was the fate of fossil fuels. At the end of the deliberations, participants agreed on a shift that would happen in a quote, just, orderly, and equitable manner. No date or timeline was given, but it was provided that developing economies, particularly those that depend on fossil fuels, be assisted. In doing so, the level of development and poverty of each country will be taken into consideration. We are yet to see how this is going to happen. Be very interesting, wouldn't it? Much as the agreement and wording of the resolutions are considered a win-win for those who wanted an immediate ban on fossil fuels and those opposed to the idea completely, it is often wondered whether the participants could have taken a more realistic, different position. The world needs environmental protection, but the world just cannot do without fossil fuel, at least for now. That's the bottom line. And that's what those at the G7 meeting of ministers responsible for the environment, climate, and energy held in Turin this last April, it was agreed that coal plants would be phased out among these nations by 2035, but that the participants were realistic enough to provide that those which could not meet the target should be allowed to continue to use coal-fired plants on condition that it would not compromise their commitment on bringing down global warming to 1.5 degrees centigrade by 2030. So what some countries would do is to have the companies that are emitting a lot of carbon to buy carbon credit. For example, the big forests in the Amazon, they keep the forest and they sell the carbon. It's actually traded on the stock exchange in New York. I wish we would trade something like that here in Nigeria, because there we have a lot of forests. So it is unlikely this meeting in Italy is self-interest everywhere and becoming the big elephant in the room. How do we go from this? Through North Africa. One or two cynics have wondered in recent times how sustainable the project may be in the long run. This is because Europeans, as you know very well from what I've been talking about, are in the forefront and the vanguard of eliminating fossil fuel. So we have to ask ourselves, if they find alternative, would have invested heavily on a huge pipeline. I think if you come close to any, the way gas works is that you have to line pack the gas before anybody even uses it, which means the thousands of kilometers must be line packed. You can imagine how much gas that is before you even begin to sell the gas. So, as Nigeria plans to embark on massive export of natural gas, the country is facing Nigeria